Welcome, chess fans. It's a beautiful day here in Switzerland as we're live from Biel, the bilingual city of French and German communities. The 57th International Biel Chess Festival has approached the finish line since today is the day when the finalists of Masters and Challengers gear up for one more final battle. We already have crowned the triathlon champions, but there's more at stake today. Better prizes, career high ratings, and also honor. Your host of the show, as usual, I'm Graham Staratonations, together with Angelika Volkova. Angelika, let's do it for one more final day.
One more final day it is. Today we're having the third round of the final stage. Still, there is a lot to battle for. Like, for example, in Masters, we still not sure who will be the second, who will be the third. So, of course, huge battles are awaited.
Indeed, so we'll see how it's going to turn out. Another long day ahead of us, so let's check the current standings before the final game here in both triathlons. The Masters and Challengers, a combination of three tournaments. So Lim Le and also Salem already have been crowned as victors on both categories. So yesterday there was a crucial battle between Lim Le versus Prague. The Vietnamese two-time winner now added the third victory here in the Biel Chess Festival, essentially scoring a hat trick. So today, Angelika, it's going to be all about the second place. Can Martirosyan keep his second place, or it's going to be Mishra or Prague who are going to take it away from him?
Yeah, anything can happen because Lim Le is currently in a very high mood after winning yesterday's game. He might even win 2 in a row. So anything is possible for sure. We're going to take a close eye on the game, of course, also of Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa, because it's a battle for the third or second place potential.
Yeah, in the meantime, in the challenges, the final podium already is set. Salem is the winner. Alexander Donchenko is confidently in the second place, and Vaishali is in the third. And today's only game they have, Salem against Alexander Donchenko, is going to be more about the principle, because I talked with Alexander yesterday. He believes that Mirati Grandmaster is going to push it for the victory. And of course, he should. He plays with the white color. He's a very dynamic player, and it's going to be fun to follow.
And he also has been dominating the field for the Blitz. He has been playing a lot of great games in the classical, basically dominating all the opponents in the field, even though actually Donchenko was the one who won the Chess 960 at the beginning of the tournament, and as well he won the Rapid tournament.
So let's head immediately to the playing venue and see what is happening. The players are slowly gathering and getting to the one more final battle, one more final dance, if you want to say so. There's the entrance of this very nice main hall here in Biel Congress Center. We are in the middle of the city. The weather is very, very nice outside today. It's a bit windy. There's something like 25 degrees. So usually the players, they like to enjoy the beautiful weather outside and arrive at the last minute. But by the way, the question is, what are those prizes they're fighting for here? Because there's more than honor ratings at stake. It's a very, very nice prize pool, Angelika.
Yes, we have for the Challengers and Masters different prize pools. Altogether for the Challenger section, there is 14,000 Swiss francs. First place is going to get 5,000 Swiss francs, and all the rest of the field is also getting very nice prizes. So there is a lot at stake in the Challenger section, but of course it's already fixed places right there.
In the Masters, the prizes are doubled because in total they have 28,500 francs. The winner, we already know who he is. Lim Le is going to walk away with 10,000 francs, and that's why there's this big fight for the second place. It's not only about honor, of course, this is very important, but the difference between the second and third place, as you can see, it's pretty significant, and that's what the players here are going to show their best A-game to fight for a higher place in the overall rankings.
Yeah, for sure, it's a great motivation for the players to go and show their best. Also, another motivation, of course, the players have is the rating, because every game, of course, is there is a rating at stake there. Of course, there is going to be battle for that as well, but prizes are very important.
Yeah, and yesterday Lim Le scored his career high rating, which right now is, at least the live rating is 2741.
0.6.
0.6, all right. My apologies, Angelika. Thank you for correcting me. So it's indeed his improvement of the last year when he made it to 2740, despite the fact that the Vietnamese Grandmaster is not very active lately. His main job is full-time head chess coach at Webster's University, coaching some of the best students in the Webster University. So it's very, very nice to see that he did this yesterday. And he already kind of said it, Angelika, yesterday. He wouldn't really mind to repeat MVL's record of 4 victories in a row.
But actually, MVL won 3 years in a row, and one was
It was not 4 then.
yes, so it was not 4 victories,
All right.
but it was altogether 4. But it would be a nice first time, basically, record already with 4 wins in a row. And also, when MVL played the Biel Chess Festival, it was not a triathlon format, so it's actually more remarkable that 3 years in a row, Lim Le is managing to score such a remarkable performance here in Biel.
Yeah, here we see the playing menu, which hosts more than 1 tournament or 2 tournaments, because, of course, the main event is the Masters and Challengers Triathlon, but also the Masters Open Tournament, or short an MTO, a very popular tournament among chess professionals. There's also the Amateurs Open Tournament being played in this big venue, and of course, everybody is trying to have a glimpse from time to time on the big stage where both triathlons are being held. Here you see not a lot of players have arrived. I believe I recognize the jacket. It should be Alexander Donchenko, and he is.
Yes, it is Alexander Donchenko. First of the players is already arrived at the board, getting ready for his battle with black pieces against Alex Salem. Of course, Salem with white pieces, he has no risks. He can go all in. And let's see what the battle is going to show us.
Wow, this is a very interesting refreshment of a water bottle.
What
Never
is
seen it
happening?
really before. So apparently it's pretty hot outside. I mean, Alexander most likely walked in a suit from the hotel. It's something like 10 minutes walk. And as I already said, it's very nice. The weather outside, sunny. There's a bit wind breezing. But okay, so he found a way to refresh himself. He a bit sweaty there. And getting ready for this huge game. I mean, yesterday we were dining together, Angelika, right? And
Yes.
he said, yeah, I mean, he doesn't really expect that this is going to be a quick finish of the tournament, because he expects Salem to go for it.
Yes, and also he said that he eats pizza only with a pineapple.
He only eats
Pizza
pizzas with a pineapple.
If he eats pizza, he only eats pizza
I mean,
with pineapple.
no, I think actually the quote was he only would eat a pizza if it had a pineapple. I
Yes,
think that was the actual
exactly.
quote.
If he eats pizza, then it's with
But
pineapple.
I don't think he ate a pizza for the last dinner. Anyway, doesn't matter. He's getting here ready for the game. As you can see, the counter is reaching 90 seconds for the start of the round. And we already have noticed in the previous rounds that the players like to arrive at the very last minute. We speculated maybe it's to enjoy our lovely broadcast, but probably just different reasons.
Yes, and we see the players arriving. Everyone is arriving to the board. We see already, actually, Ike Martirosyan is getting ready with his huge match against Lim Le, the current leader, and of course already the champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters. But still, Ike is playing with white pieces, has been showing very solid results. So far, all classical games he played finished in a draw. I mean, that's a very solid
7
result.
in a row.
Yes.
I counted,
yes,
Angelika.
7 in a row.
7 in a row. 5 in the classical part, then in the final stage. This is essentially Ike Martirosyan, rock solid player from Armenia, probably also one of the most solid players from Armenia. Of course, he is a big fan of the former world champion Tigran Petrosian. So also Petrosian was very often regarded as the Iron Tigran, who had very solid defense. So that's what we are here seeing in this tournament as well. And by the way, that is the winner of the tournament, Saleh Salem, who is getting ready for the game.
Yes, he is getting ready. He has also some refreshments. There are still a couple of players missing. Lim Le is not there. We see also Praggnanandhaa is not at the board yet, but the players are arriving, so we are going to see them any moment now. And actually, the moment we speak, Lim is already at the board.
Indeed, they're here. So Ike is mentally
He's meditating.
meditating or getting ready for the game. I don't really know, maybe remembering the prep. Could be, you know, it's very interesting how the players, Angelika, usually they have some kind of a ritual before the game. It's the way you write down the moves, it's the way you sit, it's the way, which kind of pen do you bring? You have lucky shirts, you have the lucky drinks, etc. And as soon as you lose, you try to break something in the cycle so that it never happens again.
Exactly, and here we see all the players are getting ready. Also in the Masters Open tournament, everyone is seated on the board, and Praggnanandhaa is arriving at the board of playing against Abhimanyu Mishra today with the black pieces.
This will be one of the most principled games of today because Prague lost against Mishra in the first round of the classical tournament. Again,
With white pieces, by
with
the way.
white pieces, exactly. Yeah, very, very first game. And for Prague, it was the first sign of alarm because he had won the chess 60 tournament. Rapid tournament was pretty okay. So you would have thought that the young Indian player is going to reign supreme in the classical tournament, and then immediately, first round, lost with the white color. So that's why here, I think it's also very important for Prague to strike back.
I think we just seen the first move being played on the board, which was slightly missed, but
That was very quick, actually.
yeah, very quick.
The fastest ceremonial move I've ever seen, really. Who was the executor?
So Sven Nopes was executing the move. He is actually the main organizer, tournament director of the Grenke Open and Classic as well. He's a team captain or chef of the Baden-Baden team and also my team, Schachfor in the Dice. So I believe it's also the team which Donchenko is playing himself. And if I'm not mistaken, also Abhimanyu Mishra is one of the players of Baden-Baden team.
All right. And the players have started their games, and I see the Chess24 chat here is making fun of me because I predicted that the first move in Mishra's game against Praggnanandhaa is going to be e4. There was even a prediction open that e4 or something else, and I see d4 was played by Mishra. All right, my fault. I'm a bit surprised because I would have thought that Abhimanyu is going to play e4. He has played already in this tournament a couple of times, the Italian game, but this is going to be something else.
Yes, we're having the d4 on the board. Seemingly, I don't know if it is a surprise for Prague, but he's always taking time, by the way, the first move, before executing the first move, or also once the first move has been played by his opponent. I think it's something like he's just trying to adjust for the game.
Whoa, e4 by Salem.
Wow.
That's what I didn't expect. You can look at that.
And Donchenko has not
It's like,
expected.
what is this? Oh,
What is
my
happening?
goodness. What does he play against e4? Because I'm pretty sure that Alexander... Thank you, Max, for your bamboozle by Arthur's d4 move. Really appreciate it. Yes, I misread the script. You're correct, Krishna. You're correct. But look at that. First surprises. So what we have here, e4 played by Salem. He's definitely a d4 player. And then we have d4 by Mishra, although he played most of the tournament e4.
Yeah, absolutely surprising matchup. So we are for sure going to have some fun today, looking at how the opening is going. And f3, what is happening?
Now this is
F4
some
on the
sort of a
board?
Zamish system here we're seeing, so let's
Wow.
maybe
We
first...
might transpose to the King's Indian Zamish, you're right.
Yes, so we are now transposing to it. The game in question is on the right, Mishra against Praggnanandhaa. That's the game, of course, we are going to start with because it's essentially fight for the second place. On the right, we have Ike Martirosyan against Lim Le. I knew this was coming, of course,
Yes.
because the so-called Gaspard structure was the hot topic between these two players throughout the entire Biel festival. We are going to talk about it a bit later. So they're just repeating what they played in previous games. And then in the middle board, we have Salem against Donchenko. Well, Donchenko was a bit surprised against Emiratis e4, and he didn't play the Karakan, his beloved defense. He played the Sicilian.
Yeah, so we're having some big surprises today. Pretty exciting start already of the round with the first move. So maybe let's jump into the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa and try to see with which move order it all started and transposed to the Zamish.
Let's do this. You know, first thing, Angelica, I would like to say thank you, Abhimanyu, for doing this, because
Yes.
I was a bit afraid that we were going to see another Italian game, because they have played against each other here in Rapid and Blitz, all kinds of Italian games. You know, even this very first classical game, Angelica, that Prague played against Mishra in round one, it was Rai Lopez. It turned out to be some sort of archangel response, and in the end, again, we got some sort of Italian. Prague sacrificed a piece on g5. It got really exciting. And now this is something else. By the way, I'm thinking there was one game where Mishra did play d4 against Prague, and it was the Bogo Indian. You remember?
Yes, it was...
It was
It
the
was
Rapid.
Rapid,
Yeah,
yes,
one
yes.
game. There was one Rapid game. Let me pull it up immediately. So this is how they played it out in the Rapid tournament. So Mishra was playing with white. Mishra played c4. I think it was at the very, very beginning of the festival. And then
Yeah,
for
it
some
was
reason,
second day, yes.
yes, and then for some reason, Mishra switched to e4. I don't know what were the reasons.
He wanted to trick.
Yeah, maybe. Knight f3, bishop e4 check, knight e2. So this is what they played it. Short castle, h3, bishop d2. Here Mishra played queen takes on d2 with the idea to play e3, b4, bishop e2. Prague played b6, bishop b7. White got a solid advantage, but a bit later it was the Indian player who got out of the trouble, sacrificed a piece and forced a draw. So this was their meeting in the rapid game. And now look at this, g6.
G6 has been played. Also, Prague played against Martirosyan in the first round of the final stage. Also, King's Indian, so it most likely was a not surprise for Abhimanyu Mishra that Prague is going to go with the King's Indian.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, they're definitely the highest level players. They're playing all kinds of setups, not just one, because it's very easy to prepare. You need to be unpredictable, play all kinds of systems from white, e4, d4, c4, knight f3 from black. At least 3 or 4 continuations so that your opponent is not ready. But yeah, King's Indian defense is one of the Prague's responses here in this position, and it means, again, he's going to give it a try. He's not going to play boring chess. And there you go, the first surprising move actually is f3.
I'm just wondering, after f3, if it's possible to go for some Grunfeld with d5?
It is a big line. d5, c takes, knight e5, e4, knight b6, and then white plays something like knight c3, bishop e3, and we have the typical discussion in the Grunfeld. Black tries to undermine white's center with moves like bishop g7, maybe c5, maybe knight c6, and then I suppose black is okay.
So the main idea, maybe in comparison to the line with the knight on c3, that the knights are not being traded. For example, instead of f3, if knight c3 has been played d5, after take, knight takes e4, then the knights are being taken off the board.
It's possible. It's possible indeed. So after, knight c3, b takes on c3, we have a different kind of structure. And here, if after f3, black plays d5, as you can see, indeed, black cannot take it. On c3 goes knight b6. Of course, the big question is, what is better? I believe mainly it's all about taste.
It depends on the player. It depends what they prepared. With the second, of course, secondary and also other coaches are playing great role for each player. They are knowing all the tricks in any repertoire. They're just showing all the best for their students and helping them during the tournament.
So this was the first choice by Prague, bishop g7. I think actually, since Mishra couldn't have known really what Prague is going to choose, he played d4. I'm pretty sure he expected that Prague is going to try to play for the win. Because again, in the tournament standings, I tried to analyze a bit Mishra's ambitions before this round, and I felt, Angelika, that he is not really hoping for the very first place. Maybe let's pull back again the rankings and see what is happening there, because the first place is taken. As you can see, Martirosyan is in the second place. And now the question is, does Mishra really expect Martirosyan, who has been scoring really well in Biel, 7 draws with in a row in all the classical time controls? Is he suddenly going to lose in the final round with white against the tournament leader who already has secured the victory?
Yes, but maybe he is expecting a draw. And for example, if draw happens and Ike would have 25.5 points, in case Abhimanyu would win his game, he would surpass Ike and get the second place in the tournament with 26 points. So I think it's also very important for the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess.
Yeah, possibly. You're right. Yeah, so he might be expecting a draw, and maybe this is his chance to overtake the second place. We'll see. So far for the young American, the tournament has been very successful. He fell a bit short in the Blitz tournament. It was a bit unpredictable how it's going to go. Also for Winsenkheimer, the tournament was pretty disappointing. And to be honest, I do not even recall, to be honest, when the German player would score only 2 points out of 9.
Yeah, I believe 2 points.
Yeah, it was a very, very bad day for the German player. Okay, we are moving on to the game. e4, d6, knight c3, short castle, and knight e2.
Yeah, he's going for a different approach in the King's Indian. He would like to go for, at some moment, g4, idea knight g3 maybe.
At some point, I suppose, yes. Yeah, at some point. You know, the way I understand it, I'm not obviously a big d4 player. I'm mainly an e4 player. But the way I understand it, there's a very good reason why the so-called Zamish system is not really that popular today. Okay, maybe somebody's going to disagree and say, hey, no, it's still very popular. Well, I kind of disagree. I think more menacing continuations here for white are, for example, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, the bishop e2, bishop e3 idea is super popular today. H3 super popular. The Auerbach system, bishop e2, bishop g5, as you're recommending, as I understand, Angelika,
Yes.
is also very popular. F4, not so much, right? And f3 is kind of proven that black is okay. You know, at least this is how I understand it. And the main idea here is that black has two kinds of responses. Black can play either c5 or e5. And against Zamish, I think actually e5 maybe is not the best, because after e5, you get to close the center with d5, and then you carry out your idea that you mentioned, right? g4, knight e2, knight g3, h4, queen d2, long castle, and whatnot. So.
Yeah, so this g4 idea, sometimes it's to create some attack on the king side, but sometimes it's also just to stop f5 and to stabilize the situation on the king side, because actually in King's Indian, it's actually black who is trying to create some attack on the king side. And with this g4, h4 move, you're kind of stopping that.
Yeah, and that's why against this Zamish system, the very poisonous move is c5. And now there's some very tricky lines. For example, you're like, okay, I'm just winning a pawn, right? D takes, queen d8, rook d8, bishop c5. But black has a lot of activity with moves like knight e7, control those dark squares. And I think that black in general is pretty much fine here. And then maybe in the long run, because of the dynamics, can take over the game. So normally at a higher level, white doesn't take the pawn. White plays something like d5. And this is where the game transposes to the modern Benoni. So black will play e6, knight e2, e takes, c takes, something like a6, threatening to play b5,
Yes.
a4, knight e7, etc. I'm not even sure what's the actual theory here, but this is not really the perfect modern Benoni, because modern Benoni itself, Angelica, I believe it's rather, again, dubious continuation, but if played in certain way, black is actually pretty happy to get it.
Yes, because in this case, pawn on f3 is stopping the knight coming to c4. Usually you have knight f3, knight d2, knight c4 idea, but since the knight is on e2 already, it's not possible anymore.
Yeah, so this is essentially the philosophy of this line, and that's why this f3 quite often is met with c5, but now we're seeing some tricks, because Mishra doesn't play bishop e3. And this is where it gets really interesting. So he plays knight e2. And I'm not sure what is the difference. For example, if black plays c5, what exactly Abhimanyu had prepared? This didn't happen.
Yes, but I don't think that he wants to push or take on c5. He would play something like bishop e3. I would say it could transpose to the bishop e3 line, and then to get this Maroczy pawn kind of structure, so that if black takes on d4, then knight d4 happens.
Oh yeah, of course. The Maroczy bind, one of my absolute favorite pawn structures. So yeah, I know this line quite a bit. Normally, from the white's perspective, starting with e4. But I think black still plays knight c6. Again, this pawn sacrifice is always there. And you're kind of, you have to play d5. d5, knight e5, knight g3, h5, h4, e6 again. No matter how you look at it, we have the modern Benoni on the board.
Yes, but I would still not push d5. I would still keep a pressure on the d4.
I'm not going to argue.
Yes, it's possible. It's possible to push. It depends, of course, on what the player prepared. Of course, Abhimanyu was ready for c5. We just don't know how he would met it, because c5 was not yet played, right?
Yeah, and here another move was played, a rather mysterious move. Knight d7.
Knight f d7.
Knight f to d7, yes. So I think he does want to play e5, but in a different order, because this is what Prague already played against Martirosyan in the final stage. At least he could have played against Martirosyan in the final stage, round 1. Let me pull up the game. So let me find it first. So this was the game that they played it in round 1. So Martirosyan was playing with e4, c4. There you go. You see Prague already played the King's Indian defense. So Martirosyan played knight c3. And probably for Mishra, this was the primary source of information should he play d4 against Prague? So e4, d6, bishop e2, should castle, bishop e3. And there was this very interesting order in the moves, where at some point, knight f6, here the Armenian player played knight e2, knight c6, knight b5, and apparently here, there was this very clever move by black to play knight d7. You know, and I'm pretty sure that Prague did the homework. He checked the game, he checked what he should have done. So the idea is to open up the attack on the pawn on d4. Think about like ideas like, let's say you defend the pawn, g5, bishop g3, and e5. And now why this is so relevant? Because now you look at what's happening right now in the current game. Let me again try to find it. Right here. So here after knight e7, you definitely sense, right? So now he is paying a bit more attention to this maneuver. Again, the idea is to play knight c6, push e5, and maybe after closing the center play, f5. For example, bishop e3, e5, d5, and f5.
And then anyway, at some moment, knight is going to return to f6 after f5 is being played.
Yeah, probably. Knight f6, and then maybe a5,
Yes.
knight a6, knight c5. So this was Prague's idea. So pretty interesting.
Yes. I also would like to point out that in some ideas for black, for example, if the knight b goes to d7, if black wants to push at some moment for f5, knight from f6 goes to e8. So it's a little bit more passive. So maybe that could be an idea that he's bringing knight f to d7. Yes, for example, in this case. So knight on e8 is not so active. Yes, I mean, it's very passive. But the knight from b8 can go to a6 in some lines. So that's why maybe it's more useful to have knight from f6 coming to d7 while knight on the queen side is going to go for some knight a6 ideas.
Very nice. I like it. I like your explanation, Angelika. So indeed, yeah, this queen side knight is getting to a6. And that's why also these moves are quite difficult to understand for club level players, because again, you're looking at this and they just make no sense, right? Why? Why are you moving the knight again, right? I mean, my
Yes.
bishop now is blocked. You're moving the second knight for the second time. The queen side knight now is blocked. And what are you doing here? You should be developing knight, the bishop, and the pawn. But as you can see, super grandmasters they're making exceptions to those rules. And that's why after they're becoming exceptions, at some point later they become the new rules. There you go. After knight e7 here, Mishra thought for a while and played bishop g5.
And bishop g5 actually a very interesting move. Of course, it's provocation, first of all. Something like h6. You don't want to play f6, right? You don't want to close the bishop because f6 would be a very bad move to play. But for example, something like h6, it could be a provocation, right? And then after bishop returns back to e3, there is queen d2, and you're already targeting the pawn on the queen side, on the king side.
Yeah, this is a smart move. I like it. So bishop g5 is like, show me what you have.
And e5 is not possible. That's the most important.
Yeah. So that would be pretty bad. And I think also queen e8 fails because of e5 idea. There's some simple knight e5 trick. This jump normally gives nothing for white, except here it does because it's a double attack. Black can do it. And we already have a move on the board, Angelika. It is the move c5.
Wow.
Was he?
Already
Maybe this
c5?
was the original idea and he was just avoiding queen trade. Could it be? Just a second. I'm starting to understand. So maybe Prague wanted to play knight e7 and c5 all along, because one of the big ideas here after c5, what if Mishra trades the queens? There's nothing you can do about it. So for example, d takes, queen d8, rook d8, some sort of a bishop e3, knight e5, what is having a very, very solid game. So that's why for Prague, perhaps one of his home prep ideas was, no matter what happens, I keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, but this is so incredible, so atypical, this knight f6 coming to d7 and then going for c5. And now we have d5 actually on the board, the Benoni-like position. And maybe also knight on e2 now has another function, because sometimes bishop could take on c3 and double the pawns, and now knight is actually protecting on c3. That's another idea.
Big choice here. Big choice here, Angelika. Is Prague going to go for some sort of a Benoni? Or the other idea I'm thinking here is perhaps the Benko. What about the Benko here? Because in this tournament, Prague's sister, Vaishali, played already a couple of times the Benko system, and now I'm looking at this, maybe this b5 idea is not really so bad after all, because if you take with the knight on b5 here, you see the pawn on b2 drops, and I suppose black is kind of okay, but still, I mean, white has a nice position. So c takes on b5, black would play a6, b takes, and something like bishop a6. And one thing I know for sure, Angelique, about these positions, this is not the perfect setup for white to meet the Benko.
Not at all. You must have knight somewhere on d2 to go for the c4 square. I mean, knight on e2 is not ideal at all. It's just waiting for a knight on c3. I fully agree.
I don't think this is a home prep anymore. So right now, Pragg is just improvising. He's toying with the ideas. The other idea is to somehow play e6. As you can see, you cannot immediately do that. Maybe for e6 and the Benoni, you need to play something like knight f6, knight g3, e6, bishop e2, and then after e takes on d5, kind of hope that white's going to take c takes on d5. Again, there's a lot of thoughts. What happens if my opponent plays knight e5? Just play simple, solid chess.
Artus, he went for b5.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That was my logical thought process, that the modern Benoni probably is not going to work, so Benko is only the real outcome. And Angelique, I'm pretty sure that he and Vaishali, they have worked together on many systems, since they're the only brother and sister duo in the world who have achieved the Grandmaster title. So that's why if you see Vaishali playing the Benko, you can be totally sure that Pragg has seen this.
I fully agree with you, Artus. I mean, this is already something. We have some fire on the board already with this b5 move. It's super interesting how in chess you can transpose from one opening to another. At first, it looked like it was a King's Indian. Now we transpose, and it's actually the Benko. I mean, huge choice right now for Abhimanyu Mishra, because I mean, if he's going to take the pawn with a knight, he's losing the b2 pawn. But if he's going to take with a pawn on b5, then he might go for the structures he doesn't really want to have.
I'm only glad that this opening, which started at King's Indian defense, it transposed to Grunfeld. There was a threat of it becoming the modern Benoni, now it's the Benko, that it's not going to transpose the Italian game. I just love this position. And right now, there's a young American grandmaster who has to make a very big decision. I mean, it's a principal choice. C takes on b5 might be the principal choice.
Yes.
Knight takes on b5, it might be the safe choice. So what do? Do you try to play safe, or you take on b5, you accept a challenge and say, bring it on?
I mean, I think I would accept here. I would go with c takes b5. I'm rooting for this move to be played, because then we're going to have a very principled battle. A lot of imbalances. There is going to be materially imbalance. There is going to be attack on the queen side for black. And for white, there is still one huge issue, that development is not finished. In comparison to normal Benko, where you develop the knight on f3, here you have knight on e2, blocking the bishop from f1. How do you develop your king side? How do you castle your king? Huge problem.
A lot of questions. A lot of questions that need answers. So while the players are trying to figure out the answers, let's maybe go to the bird's eye view and have a glimpse on what is happening in other games as well. I mean, I'm definitely not disappointed not to see the Italian game here in this game, Mishra versus Pragg. So what else we have? Ike Martirosyan against Lim Le, two of the most solid players. They're playing the Kosped. The bishops already have left the board, so you're no longer going to see them here in this game and also the chess festival. In the middle board, Salem Saleh, it's a pretty open Sicilian defense.
Maybe let's go to the game of Ike Martirosyan against Lim Le, the champion of 3 editions in a row for Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. We're going to check that Carlsbad, how did it happen, with which move order. And we see actually the both sides long castled.
All right, let's start with some history lesson. What they have done before. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, knight g3, knight e7. With a different order in the moves. They already played this at least twice. Maybe I didn't really see all the games. I'm pretty sure I did though. They've continued with exactly the same move order. C takes, E takes. This is the so-called Kosped structure. This entire system with knight c3 nowadays is very popular. I mean, obviously, there's many continuations. There's d takes on c4. There's the c5 with Tarash or semi-Tarash. There's the bishop b4 move, also the Rogozin. I mean, you can play it in a million ways, but the Vietnamese grandmaster is pretty happy with knight e7. C takes on d5. Normally, this move indicates that white wants to go to the cosspot, because if you play bishop g5, there's going to be d takes on c4 in some lines. So you kill off the action in the center. You play bishop g5, create some pins here, and now c6, queen c2, bishop e7, e3. All of this already was played before.
Yes, it all has been played. We had a lot of actually Carlsbads in this tournament before, and they played against each other already in the rapid, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm going to show you maybe those games. So h6, bishop h4, this is what I played in previous games. But the different ordered moves, maybe short castle, bishop d3, rook e8, here short castle, and knight e4. So this was the topic in both tournaments. After bishop takes on e4, bishop takes on h4, and now this is where here Ike with white made two different choices. So in the rapid tournament after bishop h4, what he did, he decided to play knight h4, queen takes on h4, retreat with the bishop, put the rook on e1, put the rook on d1, and he tried to play f3, e4. The game ended in a solid draw because the Vietnamese grandmaster was simply too good. Now, in the blitz game, he also tried exactly the same system, except here after bishop h4, the Armenian top 1 grandmaster, he gave a check on h7, king f8, bishop d3, bishop e7, and here he tried knight e5. It didn't really change the outcome, it was a draw, so you would have expected that for the classical tournament, the Armenian grandmaster is going to try to find something else, and he did.
And he did, and also recalling yesterday's game, he also went for the same line which he already played with Abhimanyu Mishra earlier, but he found an improvement. And now in classical, he is going for knight.
Oh, but actually, knight. Oh, sorry. Actually,
it's actually Lim Le.
Yeah, it's actually Lim Le who played knight h5. I thought it was Martirosyan who played it. No, it was Lim Le who first sidestepped away from this line. Maybe he was a bit afraid of a deeper prep, or just tried to kick off the opponent out of the preparation. It's a slightly different idea to kill off the bishop. Takes, long castle. Very fancy.
Okay, one of the disadvantages of knight on h5 that it has to go back. I mean, there is, for example, if knight at some moment could be traded, let's say on e4, let's say knight jumps on e4, then the knight could stay there. But on h4, it always has to come back on f6.
Right, and also typically in these positions, black is suffering because of the light square bishop. It doesn't really have a lot of great squares. So quite often this knight h5 maneuver, it might seem weird to you because it's like, why would I want to do that? You know, I play knight h5, I trade the bishops, then I go back. Well, actually sometimes there's this idea which was exactly played in the game.
g6.
Yes, with knight g7 and trade the bishops.
Nice. Very, very important idea. Sometimes it's happening from the different move order with the knight, because knight is jumping from d7, f8, e6, g7, but in this case it's actually straight from h5 to g7.
Yeah, it's not so easy for white to decline the trade, because, I mean, white could try to play something like h3, knight g7, and for example, a g4. But now you should ask yourself, am I not weakening my king side too much, right? Okay, so I did stop the bishop f5 trade, but what if, you know, black is going to play something simple like bishop e6, long castle, put the king on b8, the knight is going to go to d6. What I'm doing here? You know, this is the move that you can never take back.
Yes.
As soon as you play g4, that's it. So that's why here the white player didn't even attempt to do this. He just played the positional king b1.
Yes, just going away with the king and now waiting basically for black to decide, will black long castle or what will black actually do? Or black is just going to continue executing the plan, knight g7 and bishop f5, trading off the light squared bishops.
Yeah, short castle feels a bit risky here, because now the kings are positioned on the opposite sides of the board. So here white could just play h3, g4 at some point, h4, h5, open up the h file. It seems quite risky for black because the pawn on g6 is what we call a hook. White can use it to generate targets, open up the position of the king side. So here black played knight g7, continuing with the plan. h4 played by Martirosyan.
An interesting move. So he wants to play on the king side, but he's not sure yet if king is going to castle there.
Yeah, it's a space grabbing move. Some are h5. Maybe black commits to h5. You get to put the knight on g5. not so easy to get rid of this knight because f6, the pawn on g6 is under attack. There might be some problems with f3, e4, etc. So it's a smart move.
And also after bishop f5, bishop trade on f5, then there could be some h5 ideas.
Yeah, he didn't even trade. I suppose, Angelika, he didn't really want to improve the knight on g7. So it's all about, I don't mind a trade, but you do it. You know, if you want to badly trade those bishops, you do it under my terms. And nonetheless said, okay, I don't mind it. I'm going to trade it. So bishop d3, knight d3. And one of the things I understand about the Cosmos structures, which is one of the main rules actually, that in these positions, the best place to put your knight, it's on d3 and it's on d6. And why?
Because it's covering a lot of important squares. c5, e5, it's going anywhere, f4,
Exactly.
b4. This is just a monstrous knight there.
Yeah, also the black knight on d6 controls everything, so it's like a common understanding. You know, and sometimes it's very important for players who are new to the Cosmos structures is to understand which pieces should be traded and which pieces should be kept. And sometimes having the knight on d6 is even better than having the bishop, because the bishop looks nice, but often it cannot control some of the more critical squares on c4, e4. But we have no bishops here, and the game continues with a long castle, and the Vietnamese drumster castles alongside for a second day in a row.
But in this case, we have the castle in the same direction, so white is also castle alongside, so we don't expect that players are going to rush with the pawns on the queen side, opening up their own kings. So most likely it's going to be some kind of a battle on the king side. Because the typical idea of Carlsbad for white is to go for with a minority attack. But can you push actually this b4, b5? It would open
maybe.
up the king.
Actually, with a king on the queen
a1
side,
maybe, king a1, and then...
It could be, yeah, b4, b5. It's a bit unusual, but why not? I think typically the knight on d3 is heading to c5. Also, you can reinforce it with knight a4, knight c5. And Ike already has played in this tournament f3, e4. I'm not sure if this is so great here. So it could be. Yeah, this b4 move, of course, Angelika, that you're suggesting, it makes sense. I think that Ike also can include some moves like maybe g3 to protect the pawn on h4, play king a1 just in case the king is in the corner, and then toy with the ideas like rook e1, maybe f3, e4, maybe b4, and hope that he will provoke his very solid opponent some weaknesses.
And maybe we could show one fancy move which looks like a great move, knight b5, using the fact of the pin on the king. But unfortunately, it would just help black, because after we play knight b5 attacking the pawn on a7, king b8 is simply protecting, and now we have to use one tempo back, because sometimes it might look like a great move. Okay, you're using this pin, but it's only one threat, which is easily being taken care of by black.
Indeed. There also could be some interesting queen set that, okay, knight a4 was played.
Oh.
Yeah. I was thinking something like a4. Could be interesting to valet at some point, to use the pawns on the queen side, not b4 but a4.
Oh, and then if black plays a5, then we can prepare b4 at some moment.
Exactly. Yeah, this is what I thought. Maybe even put a king on a2, rook b1, play b4, and then make things really exciting. And if black doesn't do that, for example, black plays something like, I don't know, king b8, there's room for a5, there's room for a6, sacrifice the pawn, go knight a4, you get it, right? I mean, where I'm going. So there's a lot of pressure here at the queen side. So if black suddenly decides to stop it by playing a6, a5, knight a7, knight a4, you occupy these squares. You can even play b4, knight c5, and then at some point you are going to still play after e4.
Yes, you still can always go for this idea. It's a very typical one. Another idea besides the minority attack. But we see that Ike went for knight a4.
Well,
going for the c5 square.
Yeah, it feels less, to be honest, but okay, it's a move. Knight e6 is the response of the three-time winner of the triathlon.
Actually, now it's a huge question now for white. Does white want to take the knight on b6 or not? Or is this pawn going to be protecting the king? Because is it a weakness if we take on b6? Or is it just going to cover the c5 square?
I'm thinking, if I take on b6, can I fix this pawn on b6 by playing a4?
Yes.
This is also quite a tough concept for many players to understand. It's like, why are you pushing aggressively your king's pawns? The pawns shelter your king. Yes and no. At the same time, you use your pawns to protect your king, right? It's like it's a rainy weather outside, you take your umbrella. So what you want to do, you want to keep it close to your head as low as possible, because logically, if you raise the umbrella very high, you're going to get wet. But at the same time, you can use those pawns to generate targets. And obviously, the pawn play is a very important topic in chess, because how else do you generate targets in your opponent's position? I mean, you can shuffle the pieces, you can move your rooks and knights and bishops, etc. But if your opponent is really good at this game, he's not going to give targets for you. So what you have to do, you create these opportunities for you. And the best way to do it is learn the art of the pawn play.
Perfectly said, Arturs. But the question is if b6 is actually going to be a weakness, because it's also covering the c5 square. I mean, it's very difficult to see right away.
Yeah, not immediately. And also a4, of course, is a responsible move, because if you push the pawn, it's never going to go back. And you have to, again, evaluate what happens. Like, say, black plays king c7, rook e8, he goes for a counterattack. Am I not, with my ambition, creating more problems than I'm creating opportunities? It's never simple.
It is never the case. And now we see that actually Armenian #1 is thinking, he's taking time at this moment. Does he want to take that knight on b6? Because knight a4 is actually being played with the intention to take. It was kind of a threat for black, which Lim completely ignored.
Indeed. He did ignore. I was wondering why not take on a4? What was the problem? Like takes and play king b8. I feel very natural, and then play knight e6. But I think that Limley was just not concerned about knight b6 in general. And maybe Ike's preparation goes as far as knight a4, and he's like, he knows that you're supposed to take on a4. Because very often when you do analysis, you know up to certain positions what the engine says in these positions. And if your opponent doesn't choose the move you have seen in your prep, you are really curious, why is that?
Yeah.
You know, it's like a very logical move, but why the engine is not recommending this move, you know? That's why it gives you a clue. I'm not sure this is the case. Could be because Ike is like 1 hour and 40 minutes, so this means he's definitely up at some moment to a prep, and he's trying to figure out if knight b6 gives him anything.
Yeah, it actually could be a sign that maybe this move is not the best one in this position, so that's how he might treat it. But of course, he always has to calculate, look at all the lines. And by the way, how fast was knight e6 played? Pretty fast, right? There was
pretty fast. It also gives you information that my opponent is in the prep. The faster the opponent plays, the greater the assumption is that also that your opponent knows what he is doing. I mean, you always assume, of course, that your opponent knows what he is doing, but the faster he plays, you kind of get a feeling, I'm not playing against my opponent, I'm playing against a super engine, analyze position on cloud engines, so it's really tricky. But speaking about their previous encounters, this is probably the most solid matchup so far in Biel, because they played already, how many games? I believe it's 5 in total, 2 blitz games, 1 classical game, 1 rapid game, 1 chess 960 game. What were the results of these games? What do you think, Angelica?
I would say draws for sure, in all draws.
All draws.
All draws. Not even
draws.
chess 960.
All draws.
Wow.
All draws. I hope I got it correctly. I mean, I was before the start of the round checking it. Every single game ended with a draw. And also Martirosyan was being rock solid in the classical tournament. 7 draws in a row. He had a great showing in the rapid tournament, but here in classical, he's just unbeatable.
He's unbeatable, and he's protecting every single position. Also recalling his game against Lim Le from the classical portion, where Lim actually had huge chances for a win. Even once Ike blundered, Lim actually missed this opportunity to win the game in that way. Maybe he could have become a champion even earlier if it happened.
Could have been. Could have been. So we have one more game to follow, so there's the bird's eye view. We have to also see the game of Salem Salek against Alexander Donchenko. Unfortunately for chess fans, the Challengers Tournament trio here already is decided. We already know who is going to finish in the first place, on the second place, and the third place. Nothing is going to change. So Salem Salek wins, Donchenko is second, and Vaishali is third. So it's more about the principle, the honor, some rating points, and also for Salem, I believe he simply would love to finish this tournament on a very positive note, grab a couple of rating points, and just to confirm that he is in the first place for a very good reason.
I absolutely agree with you. It's important to finish the tournament on the positive note. He has won his game 2 days ago against Vaishali, with which he won the tournament, but it would be, of course, very good to play a beautiful game today and try to push for a win. And I see we're having some imbalances in position already, some h4, so I would jump right into the game and try to see what happened from the beginning.
Yeah, let's start from the very beginning. So e4, c5. Okay. I mean, I'm surprised with those responses. First, the fact that Saleh, he played e4. In the previous games, they played mainly, if I'm not terribly mistaken, d4. In the rapid tournament, there was a closed Catalan. So this was the game. d4, knight of 6, c4, e6, knight of 3, d5, g3, bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, black at some point played c6, etc. So this is what they played in the rapid tournament. But here, for this particular game, the Emirati Grandmaster is playing something else. Mostly, I assume he expected a Karakan, so that's why Donchenko decided to slightly change the approach and played Sicilian.
Yes, and we saw actually that Donchenko spent a lot of time. He was completely surprised by the opening choice of the Emirati Grandmaster. He was completely shocked after e4, so of course it's a good idea to play the opening which you have not played before. So c6 Karakan, which he already played against Vaishali, he already played in the other games before. So he went for Sicilian.
So who was the other player in the Masters tournament who played for the first time e4 in like 9 years? You remember? You don't?
No.
Vincent Keimer.
Yes, actually, yes, now I recall
Vincent
that. Yeah.
Keimer against Praggnanandhaa,
Yes.
whichever round it was.
And which he won.
Which he won. So Vincent mainly is a d4 player, and then against Prague, suddenly he unleashed e4. They played the Sicilian Rossolimo, very nice deep prep. So, and then after the game, I teased Keimer, I mean, don't you really want to play e4 more regularly? And he said, okay, we are going to see. And also for Salek, he's mainly a d4 player, but now he doesn't mind to play e4. And I think it's also a fascinating thing among chess players, Angelika, because you play your main opening for many, many years, and you can't help but wonder how it feels, how it feels to play this other line. So that's why we are very curious players, and we just want to test this other thing. So if I'm playing d4, I want to feel d4. If I'm mainly a d4 player, I want to try to play c4 or e4 or something else so that we simply become better players and understand more positions better.
And also when you're playing with black, you have to play against e4 already. So for example, yes, of course, Vincent was facing e4 many times, so that's why he already knows something from the e4 position. So him going for e4 with white, having this knowledge which he has with black pieces against e4 also helps.
So, very principled approach, d4. I'm myself bishop b5 player. It's slightly different topic. So d4, c takes knight e4, the open Sicilian, knight c3, and a6. There you go. Here after a6, this is the start of the Najdorf. Black typically wants to play something like e5. And bishop g5, this is the so-called old system. Pardon me, everybody who is playing this. Bishop g5 nowadays is not really that popular. I believe h3 is very popular. The so-called English attack, bishop e3, f3 is very popular. Also, there's been some new trends like bishop d3, remove the knight on f3. I even very clearly remember there was this discussion. I'm sorry, we're doing commentary here. Sorry, this is commentary.
No.
This is commentary here. So we have several continuations here. We had a very, very interesting guest here with us in the commentary booth. There's many continuations here for white. There's moves like h3, g3, f3, f4, bishop e3, bishop d2, bishop e2, bishop d3, rook g1, oh, sorry, not rook g1 yet, a3, a4, bishop c4, rook b1. And I very clearly remember when, I believe it was Lucas von Forest, the Dutch grandmaster, who said, yeah, you made a novelty here, I play bishop d2. No, it's quite funny.
But everything has been...
Everything has been tried in this position. There's many directions from this game. So here, bishop g5 was played by the Emirati grandmaster.
Even though it's a more already not up-to-date line or like more older line, still we see that Emirati grandmaster prepared it. So of course, knowing it's a huge surprise for Donchenko, it might be actually a successful try from white.
Indeed, and also this e5 move, Angelika, it kind of discourages black to play e5, because, for example, if you play something like bishop e2, e5 is a very big topic. You push away the knight, you gain the center, you gain space, etc. So very interesting approach. And after bishop g5, e5, I mean, it is playable, but it quite doesn't really make sense to walk into the spin, doesn't it?
Yes, it doesn't make any sense, so that's why e5 is already not in the picture. So actually, e6 has been played, so still the pin is there, but black is not weakening that much the square, so bishop e7 most likely will be followed to stop the pin and maybe short castle, yes.
Yeah, there's many continuations here. The main line, I believe, is f4, queen b6, queen d2, queen b2, rook b1,
wow.
queen a3, the poison pawn variation, and probably you could check Anish's Giri course on Chessable. He's written a very good course, explain everything about it, huge theory. But queen e2 is like a modern touch of this. So white wants to play a long castle, play a 4e5, and open up the center.
Yes, we see queen e2 is already on the board. So how do you stop actually this idea of f4, e5 from white? Because
yeah,
it
Donchenko
is
came
already
up
a
with bishop
threat.
e7.
Bishop e7, so he's just stopping the pin. But f4, is f4 possible to...
Definitely it's a move.
It's a move.
It's definitely a move. And also, it's a bit curious because you're wondering now the white bishop on d3 is a bit blocked. But, pardon
Bless
me.
you.
Thank you. But apparently here, after queen e2, this bishop might be heading to, let's say, g4, f4, bishop g2. Yeah, so that's why here white is not really defining the placement of the last square bishop. And after the long castle, f4, e5, the fate of the bishop will be decided later. But actually something else happened, Angelika. There was a move, h4.
So he's going in a different direction, trying to go for h5, h6 ideas. And of course, h4 is always a provocation. Do you really want to play h5 with black? And probably the answer is no, you don't, because if you play with black h5, you're going to give up the g5 square forever to white.
You know, it just brings me these memories, Angelika. I remember, I mean, I just talked about all of these amazing possibilities that white has tested in this position. There's literally like 10, 15 moves that white can try here. And there was also this move h4. Which was introduced at some time ago. And I was looking at this move for some time, and I just could not understand what is the purpose of this move. So one day I decided to ask this question to a very respectable grandmaster, who's going to remain anonymous.
Okay.
And I asked him, what is the idea of this move? You know, I kind of don't get it. And he said, don't say to anybody, I also don't get it, but somehow in the long run it works.
Somehow.
Somehow in those lines you play h4, h5, and somehow this move works. And I suppose...
Don't tell it to black pieces. Yes, but it works.
Yeah, I mean, then at some point later, this h4 push, you open up the h file, you push h5, getting the space advantage. It's a very interesting move. This is essentially what the chess engines have brought us to this moment, because we use aggressively those side pawn pushes, gaining space, not defining yet the placement of the other pieces while we get information from the opponent. Very deep stuff.
Yes, very important, and also waiting move, prophylactical move, and also attacking move, all in three together. So we have h4 on the board. I mean, black has to somehow react, but I would say that h5 is, of course, not the way you want to. h6 is an opportunity.
Yeah, h6 was played. So
Also
you
with
don't
the
want,
tempo.
yeah, you don't want to give up the ducks with bishop on f6 because then this ducks with bishop is going to be really strong and no attack here looks so real anymore for white. So that's why white play bishop d2, and his idea is to use the pawn on h6 as a provocation. So let's say there's going to be a moment when black would play short castle, I'm going to play a long castle. Let's say you play knight c6, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to play g4. Look at that. And suddenly we have a target. I'm going to play g5, I'm going to open up the h-file, and I'm going to deliver a checkmate.
Yes.
That easy.
Very beautiful hook on g5. So that's why this h6 move can create some huge problems for black. So that's why it's now a huge question is where does black castle actually, and if black is going to castle?
Big question. So queen b6 was played by Donchenko, hitting the knight on d4, the pawn on b2. So queen e3. Wow.
Very deep moves. So
Very
first
unusual
we
move.
had queen e2, then queen e3 now.
Indeed. I suppose this is dangerous. Rook b1, queen a3, even though the engine says this is somehow playable, but I mean, how do you get out? You got to play queen c5, queen c7, white is going to play something like f4, e5. Okay, it's probably the choice of the player, your playing style, but you don't really want to play into the strength of your opponent. And Angelika, Saleh is a brilliant player. He's a very sharp, dynamic, tactical player who calculates really well. And Donchenko strikes me more as a pragmatic player. You know, he's more a positional player. He's taking calculated risks, right? So that's why here, why would he do that? Even if this is still okay, there's nothing wrong with this. He is not willing to give up the initiative for just one pawn.
Also knowing the fact that Donchenko is not in a preparation and Salem is the one who is still having preparation, looking at the time, at the clock of the both players, 1 hour and 48 minutes for Salem, while Donchenko has already spent 40 minutes in this game. So he's for sure knowing that queen b2 was prepared by the Emirati Grandmaster.
I was wondering why here Donchenko didn't play knight c6, hit the knight on d4. And maybe here white had some interesting ideas with knight f5. This could have been also the idea of positioning the queen on e3, hitting the knight on with the bishop on e7, the pawn on g7. Again, queen b2 is bad. Rook b1,
Knight g7, yes.
etc. Yeah. So I suppose this was what he wanted to get a slightly better endgame. So he's going to castle, play f3, g4, remove the bishops over on g3. Very nice position.
And what was played instead by black?
Black instead played bishop d7. So
but knight f5 is still possible.
That's a good point. Yeah, it was not played. I mean, knight f5 feels to be playable. You could take on f5, the queen is under attack. It was. It was. And maybe here Saleh considered this. He was getting ready to do this after knight c6. I would think so. I mean, what else do you do after knight c6? The knight is under attack, and I just quite do not see. Maybe knight c6. Knight c6, queen e3, bishop e3, b takes on c6, and something like bishop e2, a long castle.
Knight a4 maybe sometimes.
Right, also knight a4, knight b6. So here after bishop d7, he was no longer ready to do this. He castled long, knight c6. Now he did take on c6 in the end.
So we transpose to the position we discussed, but only with bishop on c6.
Yeah, and this is the position we have right now on the board.
Oh, I love white, but to be honest. I'm just looking at the bishop on c6, and it's just looking at those pawns on e4, f3, g2. Also, there is a potential always to go with a g4, g5. It feels like white's pieces are more active.
No, but I don't think that Donchenko should be unhappy here because he has done nothing wrong. He's just played normal, solid chess. He has very nice pieces. This feels like a very beautiful Scheveningen structure.
Yes.
So, okay, he probably realizes the success. I mean, the opening has been a success. I have no weaknesses of what to do now, right? Because for white, I think it's going to be slightly a bit easier. White would love to put the bishop on b3, like from the Fischer-Sozin attack, to keep a better eye on the d5 square. And then somehow, for example, slowly double the rooks at the d file maybe play bishop f4, and try to ask black some questions. So I think that Donchenko, right now, Angelika, he's seriously considering the d5 push.
Yes, he has to go for it at some moment.
I'm not sure. Yeah, probably. It's a big decision. Because then after d5, there's going to be e5, knight e7, f4. I know this is something else. It's some sort of a French defense position where black has a terrible Lasco bishop on c6. White setup at the king side is not ideal. So right now, I think at least, I might be wrong, I think the German Grandmaster is somewhere here. What do you think?
I agree with you. Of course, he's looking at the d5 break. You want to do something, especially if you can. And right now, he has 3 pieces would defend the d5 square, and white is attacking only 3 times. So that's why it would be a perfect moment for this strike in the center. But I have a question to you, Arturs. Now we looked slightly all the games. What do you think? How many draws we are going to have today? Because there is actually, this question has been asked to the chat.
At least 2.
At least 2.
I think at least 2, but I'm fairly confident that one of the games, Angelika, will be decided. I have a feeling, I might be wrong, I think that Mishra versus Praggnanandhaa is not going to be a draw. I think it's going to be the decisive game. I'm not sure in whose favor. I would be more inclined to say that Salem versus Donchenko and Ike Martirosyan versus Limle could be a draw. I could be wrong as well, right? I've been wrong before, especially today. And I'll say that Mishra, 100% he's going to play e4 and he plays d4. It happens. Listen, dear viewers, the action is only unfolding because it's been only 1 hour since the start of the final round here in the final stage, final game in the Biel Chess Festival here. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. We are going to be back shortly after the break. And we're back, dear viewers, following the action of the final day here in Biel, Switzerland, of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival played in Biel Congress Center. I'm Graham Stratonations, Angelika Volkova. We are your host for the entirety of the festival, and we are so close to the finish line.
Absolutely exciting games we're having today. Even though it's a final day and Salem is the winner of Challengers and Limle is the winner of Masters, we still have a lot of action to follow, especially in the game of the Masters.
Absolutely. Yeah. 3 games in both Masters and Challengers are still being fought because 5 of the 12 players have been eliminated, and this is the current situation in the remaining 3 games. So on the left, we have the rather peaceful game of Ike Martirosyan against Limle. This game is heading to a draw. I don't have any illusions that there's going to be a larger fight. Both players are perfectly happy what they have here on the screen, so I suppose it's going to end rather peacefully pretty soon. So unless, Angelika, you have different feelings.
I mean, I feel like, of course, Ike against Liam is going to finish in a draw. It's pretty clear. About Salem and Donchenko, which is in the middle, I'm not so sure. Even though the queens are being traded off the board, the d5 is being pushed. Maybe we're going to see some action there. But the game which is catching the eye of all of us is obviously a game between the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, Abhimanyu Mishra, and the world number 8, Praggnanandhaa. This game looks super exciting, a lot of action.
Yeah, it kind of exploded a couple of moves ago when both players improvised quite early in the opening. Here after d5, after white's choice, we were considering what are the Praggnanandhaa's options here. Maybe at some point bring the knight on f6 and play e6, or the second choice was to play b5. I remember this question I asked you, Angelika. There is a principled choice for Mishra. Either be ambitious and play c takes on b5, allow black to play a6 and get some sort of a benko, or try to be in better control, play knight b5 and be more cautious what is happening. What do you think Mishra did?
I would say going principle, taking it with a pawn.
That's what he did. He played c takes on b5, a6 here, and here, queen d2, according to engines, is a mistake. How such a normal developing move, defending the pawn on b5, knight b5, so that the bishop on g7 cannot hit the pawn on b2, how this move can be a mistake?
Yeah, it doesn't look like mistake at all to me. Very natural move. I also have seen queen develop to c2 in some of the lines of the benko, but in this case, queen on d2 might be better because you have potential idea of bringing the bishop all the way to h6, trading off the bishop, and also queen on c2 was protecting the pawn on e4, which of course now is protected by the pawn on f3, so you don't need it anymore. Queen on d2 is a perfect square for a queen.
I completely agree, but apparently there's some direct issues with this move, and there you go. Pragg immediately plays knight e5. He underlines. There you go. That's your problem. You have to deal with the c4 square as well, because how do you stop it? You basically have to play knight g3. There's nothing else, because if you play b3, then maybe a takes on b5 is going to be a big problem, because you cannot recapture the pawn on b5. There's knight f3 check, and oops, the rook on a1 is under attack.
Oh no, my rook, and it's gone in this position. Yes, indeed, and after knight g3, the problem is that knight is actually located not where it belongs to. I mean, knight would love to be staying somewhere on c4, blocking this pawn, but we see actually the black is pushing for c4 himself. Actually, I heard that if black is pushing c4 in kind of some lines of benko gambit, it means it has been already a huge success in the opening for the black player.
Also, the c4 push is one of the core ideas of the modern Benoni, because typically if black is able to put the knight on c5, you start to get where I'm going. The knight is getting to d3. So for example, here, if Mishra would have played bishop e2, he already needs to make sure that he is not first jumping under knight c5 and knight e3. But there might be larger problems. For example, black would take on b5. Black would play queen b6, knight c3, and now you see white cannot easily run away from the center because the bishop on g5 is not there on e3, so most likely you will have to play bishop e3. For example, I will play knight e7, bishop e3, knight c5. Now you run away. Maybe this is the way to play, but Mishra actually decided to play something else. He played b6.
I have a question, by the way. Is f4 a move? Because f4 would attack the knight on e5, and also we could take the pawn on c4. Is it possible?
I think probably Prague would be quite happy to sacrifice yet another pawn on d3, because here after knight d3, bishop d3, c takes on d3, queen d3, now you see the king is still here stuck in the center. Also, the white's bishop here on g5 is not doing much. So I could just maybe shut it out from the game, play h6, bishop h4, and play some sort of a queen b6. You know, okay, maybe not very accurate, but you see white has some problems to ensure the king's safety.
Yeah, but also knight g to e2, bishop f2 is there. So it's not so clear.
No, it's not clear. It's never clear. Indeed, I completely agree with you there. So this f4, I think it's like a intuitively very risky move. You might argue it's a very concrete move, but at the same time, white is stuck in the center, pieces are undeveloped, the bishop on g5 is weird. And usually in those occasions, like I'm saying, just be friends with your intuition. The intuition says it's dangerous, let's not do this. And Mishra decided to play b6, give up the extra pawn, but keep the black rook on a8, not with an open a file.
Actually, very typical idea. You don't want to the pawn on a6 take on b5, and you know that your pawn is going to be taken anyway, but you're pushing it forward, still blocking the a file. Queen comes, even if queen comes to b6, the bishop is not also going to a6 on this open diagonal. So it's actually very useful move for white.
There might be, yeah. Actually, queen b6 drops the pawn on e7. I'm not sure if this pawn is even important or not, but Prague is not capturing the pawn immediately, which is perfectly understandable. And I think he's more interested about landing the knight on d3. So the question here is, can I play knight e7? That's the first question I want to get an answer to. So I play knight e7. I don't care about the pawn on b6 because this is my pawn. I mean, you're not going to defend it anyway. You're not in time to play a4, a5. It asks you to tempi. I can just recapture b6 whenever I want. And now the big idea here is, after bishop e2, I think that he's trying to evaluate what happens after moves like knight c5, show castle, for example, knight e3, and try to understand what is this.
Yeah, because there could be also some potential b4 moves in this position.
Yeah, maybe the knight on d3 is dangerous, but at the same time, only a pretty piece and nothing else. The white king runs away. Then at some point, as you're saying, b4, b3, or bishop e3, maybe just straight take on d3, kill the knight. So for Prague, it's not so obvious what to do here. But he did play knight e7.
Yeah, he's going for the pawn with the knight, or maybe he's not going, maybe he's going for the c5 square. It's not obvious right yet, but I would say I would be happy to be black in this position. Due to the pawn structure, due to this knight on g3, which is doing nothing. I mean, again, this knight was supposed to be, instead of the queen on d2, it was supposed to guard the c4 square, but we see that c4 has been pushed by black. The knight on g3 is doing nothing, being fully restricted by the pawns. I mean, this is an opening success for the Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, completely agree, Angelica, with you there. I'm thinking here that most likely Abhimanyu will have to play bishop e2 and show castle. I sat there for a moment and tried to understand if he has any alternatives. The only alternative I was able to come up with was the long castle move and h4, h5. And it looks a bit dangerous, but then again, it kind of plays into the move of b6 because now the a file is closed, and black could not use this a file to bother the white king. So I thought, why not? So for example, you play something like a long castle, black plays knight c5, I play h4, knight e3, king b1, queen b6, and h5. Yeah. I get it. You know, I'm looking at this bar and I completely agree, you know, because I have a feeling that black is going to be simply faster, but for the sake of the alternative, I had to look at this and probably I think Abhimanyu already has rejected it.
Yes, of course, the players are looking at all possible lines. I mean, we have here the advantage of having evaluation bar, sometimes pointing it out to us if we're going in the right or in the wrong direction. But for the players, of course, there is no evaluation bar. They have to evaluate and re-evaluate every position once it's coming to them. Every position they are calculating in their head. They have to estimate, is it going to be good for them? Is it not going to be good for them? So many lines, especially here in the very sharp position.
Do you play any Benko, Angelika?
I play against Benko.
You play against Benko. Do you like
Yes.
it or you don't? You like it?
I don't accept it, so I like it. I can show how I play it. We can
Alright.
look at it.
All right. So the
So-
classical Benko. All right.
So d4, knight f6, yes, c4, c5, d5, b5. Here I react with queen c2. So I'm not taking on b5.
And then you play
also,
e4.
and then I play e4. This is the main idea, and also main topic of Benko in my course on Chessable 1d4 from
Aha.
Bishop's Chess Improvers. So the idea, I am not allowing what black wants, and black wants capturing of the pawns and opening the files for all the pieces. And in this line, you're getting faster development. Bishop is going to c4. There could be sometimes some lines where you are taking on b5, but a little bit later at the better circumstances. And of course, I want to have knight on d2, and that's the huge problem which I see right now here for white. So that's why I would really love position with black here.
Yeah, so do I. There is definitely some touch from the modern Benoni. Black is having pretty much a dream position. He's getting ready for this potential pawn sacrifice on d3. We'll see, I suppose. Maybe I was wondering here after bishop e2, is there room for a pawn sack with knight d3?
I think it's always there. It's always in the picture. And since black is ahead in the development, it's possible.
Yeah, I was wondering if something like this could be a possibility.
Bishop e3.
Yeah, and then I play something like queen c7, knight c4, try to kill the bishop, try to get the pawn on b2. But yeah, it always goes down to this moment, does white really have to accept? Yeah, so he could play castles, and you take on b6, and I play king h1, and you play knight e5. And then I play b3, and you know the hardest part, the viewers, of all of these lines at the end is just to draw the line and give your assessment.
No, but of course, also I think very important that the players have this time control. There is a lot of time, but there is no increment. So if the players are going to spend a lot of time till the move 40, they might be in a huge time trouble, so the mistakes can happen anytime. We have seen so many mistakes on the last moves to be made, like on the move number 39, 40. Vaishali even did a huge mistake against Salem, and he managed to escape in a draw. But yeah, I mean, of course, in classical chess, less mistakes are normally happening, but due to this no having increment, I think we still might have some inaccuracies in the position.
Speaking about these two players, they already have battled against each other here 5 times in total. So it was one classical game, Mishra won. It was a chess 960 game, Mishra won again. And there was a rapid game which finished in a draw. So the first 3 games, the lowest seeded player in the Masters tournament, also the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, Abhimanyu Mishra, he scored essentially 2.5 points out of 3 against world number 8. So, and then Prague fought back in Blitz. So he won both Blitz games. Right now, the score between these two guys here is equal, 2.5 each. And I think Prague wants to keep the momentum and have at least some sort of a revenge for his misadventures here in the classical tournament.
But I think winning 2 Blitz games, it's not really a revenge for a classical match. Like we cannot put the same Blitz match and the same as a classical one, because in classical, of course, you spend more time. In Blitz, it's more like a one-move blunder sometimes. I would say that for Prague, of course, it was very important to win those Blitz games to get into the shape against Abhimanyu, but Abhimanyu would still be leading to me because he won the classical match.
All right, let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in other games. We have 2 more games ongoing. This is the most exciting game, of course. On the left corner, we have Ike Martirosyan play against Limle. Okay, the bar gives some very minor advantage to the Armenian player. I do not think it's anything serious. Of course, we're going to check this game. How did they get there? And also the middle board, select Salem, has this very principal move, e5, and now we have some sort of a French defense position on the board.
A very interesting position. I would love to check maybe quickly the end game which Ike is having and then jump in the game of Salem.
Yeah, let's do it. And I'm going to also pinpoint the moment where we left it, where was this move after the long castle. Both bishops very quickly disappeared from the board. And we're kind of throwing ideas that a4 felt natural. You want to play a4 here for white, create some targets, play a5. Black responds with a5 himself. There's ideas like king a2, rook b1, the other rook goes to c1, you play b4. So there's definitely room for some action here, but unfortunately, there was no action. So knight a4 was played by white, knight e6, knight c5, and this is how they found a way for the knights to disappear from the board. Couple of improving moves, rook c7, knight c5. Now Ike says, let's trade the knights.
How do you call this pawn structure? Is it pawn structure on the king side?
It's some sort of a reversed Christmas tree, I think, because Christmas tree would be this.
Yes.
So since there's a reverse title in chess, I would say reverse Christmas tree. So, yeah, this knight c5 pretty much, I think, underlines Ike's intentions in this game. He's happy with the draw. So this also probably means he quite doesn't believe that Mishra, with the white color, is going to beat Praggnanandhaa. Because there's always, especially when it comes to professionals, they're always looking at the other pairings of the tournament, and you try to validate your chances. It's like in some card games, you estimate your odds. So if I do this, what are my odds? If I decide to be aggressive, what are my odds? So from Ike's perspective, he's thinking, I don't need any risk here. I am very solid. So let's just call this a game a draw, finish it very solid. I secure my second place. And the chances that suddenly Mishra is going to win his final against Prague, I don't find to be very likely. Why? Maybe just because Prague is not going to lose for a second day in a row. So there's that.
Yeah, and also to spare some energy, of course, the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon, it's a very long event. Yes, you have all kinds of time controls, you have so many classical games. It's also very exhausting for the players, and towards the end, sometimes they're feeling like, okay, they need more energy, and they are afraid to go for some critical lines, but not for Abhimanyu and not for Prague. We see this, they're still battling it out.
Indeed. So knight c5, a couple of pieces disappeared here. Rook c5, king c8. Now here the black king no longer needs to stand in the corner. Why? Because we are rapidly approaching the endgame, and there's a couple of rules you have to know about endgames. Your king should be active. So that's why this is precisely the very first thing that Limla is doing, is activating the king.
The king is going all the way to the center. Now b4 is being played. Sometimes some ideas to push for a4 and b5. Another weakness on a6, I mean, of course, the players are still trying. And by the way, we have a Sophia rule here. The no draws can be agreed till the move 40. So I guess that's where the players are heading right now.
Could this be a silent draw for right here? I've seen this too many times, something like that. So if I play rook c3, can black play rook c8, rook a3, rook a8, rook c3? I call the arbiter. Because in the tournament, you cannot offer a draw before move 40. It is forbidden. Why? Because there's the so-called Sophia rule enforced. No draws before move 40 are allowed. But here the circumstances are a bit different. So the players are still battling it out. And I decided not to do it. And I think there was a reason why he decided not to do it, because perhaps he was not sure that black is going to repeat the position.
Yeah, maybe there was actually some a5 idea. Maybe we can try to show it on the board. So after rook a to c3, maybe there is an a5 break.
Exactly. So a5, and if you take an a5, your pawn structure suddenly is worse. And if you play b5, black is going here to c8. You take on c6, you take on c6, you take on c6. And then you're wondering why I'm going to a worse pawn angle.
Yes. There is no way you go there. So So that's why rook c to c3 has been played in this position. So still putting some slight pressure, making sure that there is no more breaks for black with a5 or c5 and king d6. I believe also king c2, king d3 might be something what happens.
Does this make any sense to you, Angelica? Rook a4,
It
rook
does
a3?
actually.
But you can never conquer the pawn, right?
Yes.
You do understand it.
That's true.
And there's always at least rook a7.
Oh, it's a draw offer right now
I
here.
think it's a
Rook
draw for
c1.
it. So he just plays rook c3, rook c1. This is how you silently offer the draw. You play rook c3, rook c1. There is no illusions here. Limle is perfectly aware of what his opponent is trying to achieve. Now, the only question is Limle interested in the offer? Because there's a couple of factors in play here. Factor number one, the rating. Because yesterday, the Vietnamese player achieved his career high rating with 27.41. And with this draw, if my calculations are not terribly wrong, he's going to lose 1 point. Okay, maybe it doesn't really matter, but perhaps he would like to continue and get another career high rating.
Yeah, and also the chat had a poll ongoing about the result of the current game. And actually, the result is quite surprising because Limle was expected to win by 66% of the viewers, while draw was only 29% and Ike winning was only 4%. Very interesting poll, considering we already entered the endgame at that moment when the poll was ongoing. So people were still believing that Limle manages to win this endgame.
That was a very optimistic poll.
Very optimistic.
I would have to say. I mean, I'm totally with you. You know, I'm always expecting decisive games. Unfortunately, here, I'm not so sure. The other factor why I'm considering that Limle might want to continue because he's incredibly good at these technical, simple positions. So this is also what he said in one of the interviews. He's feeling those positions. He sees a lot of ideas. This is how he outplayed Vincent Keimer in one of the previous games in the classical tournament from a rather simple position where there's nothing there. Also, he was able to show his amazing defensive capabilities. For example, in his game against Mishra, sacrifice the exchange, go for a very nice drawing position, securing his lead in the overall rankings. He just feels those positions so well. So right now, here's thinking. His thought process is, I have a draw in the pocket. Do I want more?
Yes, and also recalling all his games from the previous editions, those were also the wins he scored with some techniques in the endgame. I remember that we were sitting here with you, Arturs, and commentating for a long time, especially the games of Limle, who was winning in the endgame. So he's very good player in those positions. He's very precise. So he might actually continue this game. Can he?
This yawn, it didn't really help. Unfortunately, it gave away. And here you just saw Limle had a big yawn. I think he just gave away his intentions. I think that was the decisive moment here where Limle decided to agree to a draw because it's been a very, very long tournament. And there's been obviously some fatigue. A long tournament was behind us. A lot of games, the classical, rapid, blitz, chess 960, and now you have this rather quiet position, and you can't help but wonder, asking yourself these questions: Am I really going to outplay my very solid opponent from this very rather boring position? Let's just call it a day. The tournament is great. I won it, but then again, I mean, maybe I still want to continue.
And then again, this bitter feeling which he had after that escape by Ike in the classical portion in the last round, which they played against each other. It was, of course, something which Lim would love to win. And for Ike, it's actually second day in a row, basically playing another endgame, suffering. Yesterday, he was just defending very long the whole game. He was defending the endgame being down a pawn. Then he was defending having a bishop against the rook. So today, he is also the one who is on the side of a draw. But actually, I mean, how do you proceed here with black? If you go something like king e6.
Like this. I try to a5,
but then
you go
rook
back.
c3, and then you
I
go
back. Exactly
yes.
like this. Exactly like this. He's right now thinking, should I go here? Should I not go here? What do you think, Angelique? Is he going to do this?
Because I was looking at this move. Let's say if black is playing something like king e6, there is a very beautiful move for white, b5.
Oh, you find some fancy ideas.
Yes. So both rooks are being pinned. I mean, I don't know. You
c6,
cannot
rook
take.
c7, 8x, rook e8. I mean, there's literally no chance that this is going to happen. Maybe here the Vietnamese grandmaster is considering to push forward the kingside pawns, but for what gain? I mean, white has more pawns at the kingside. Angelica, I'm like 95% confident this game is going to finish in the next minutes.
Yeah, I fully agree. I would say rook a7 or something like this is a move like you showed. The repetition is going to happen. And as you said, there was this very decisive yawn, which gave away basically all the intention of Vietnamese grandmaster. What do you think? Should we go to the next game?
No,
or
let's stay.
we
Let's
wait?
stay here for a moment because I'm pretty sure we're seeing the final phase here. I might be terribly wrong. I do not think so because I simply do not see even any ideas that Black could do here, right? So his opponent already says the body language is, let's do this, let's go home. There's nothing here. So it's been a long tournament. Let's call it a day. You're not going to get your first place. I'm not attacking it. I'm going to take my second place most likely. It's been a long tournament, and then we can analyze it for a couple of hours or something. So it's up to Lim Le.
But again, we're having this point that currently Lim Le is at his highest live rating with 27, 41.6. And we see F6
he
is
continues.
going.
He continues. Look at that. I was wrong. I mean, maybe the game is still not decided. So Lim Le says, let's continue. No, I said 95%, not 99.5. My producer is laughing at me right now. I did not say 99.5.
But I think what happened is that Lim could hear you at the moment, and he was like, okay, for the sake of the broadcast, I'm just going to continue, because Artur said that there is going to be a draw now. How do you like it now, Artur?
I mean, Ike is disappointed. Because he was like already ready to continue this game. Of course, nothing really dramatically changes in this game. So after F6, what Lim Le is doing, he's like, I know what you want. Maybe I don't mind it, but let me at least try to make an expression that I'm pushing here. I'm playing H5, maybe G5, try to create you some weaknesses at the kingside, and let's see how you react. Because if you react how you're supposed to react, okay, fine, then we agree to a draw and go home. So this is the sign of a champion.
Indeed it is. So, of course, he's trying maybe to test his opponent for some other moves. But, I mean, this pawn structure which Ike has on the king side is super solid. Like, this pawn structure is getting ready to take each moment.
And now we go to the bird's eye view, because I was wrong. I thought this game was totally ending to a quick draw. No, it continues. I still do not change my opinion about this game. I do believe it is getting to a draw. So, the middle board we haven't yet seen. The Emirati Grandmaster, Salem select. Thank you, Vic. Oh my goodness.
Artur's.
That was bad. So Salem select plays his game against Alexander Donchenko. We have a symmetrical position, rather symmetrical position in the middle of the board. French defense. Let's get to this position and try to estimate what are the chances for this game to continue.
I mean, there are for sure more chances here, more percentage than in the game of Ike Martirosyan against Lim Le, I would say. But let's go maybe to the moment where actually Donchenko went for the d5, and let's try to see what happened from there.
Indeed. So f3 was played by Salem, and he just needed one move, which is bishop c4. So let's say here Donchenko would play, I'm not sure what, let's say short castle. Feels perfectly normal. Here, white will play bishop c4, rook d8, bishop b3, rook c8. White could play moves like rook d2, rook d1, bishop f4. And the more you look at this, you're kind of wondering, where's my play? For example, b5, a3, etc. So white appears to be calling the shots. a5, there's some bishop b6 ideas, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn on a5. So Donchenko felt that d5 is the right moment to break in the center.
Yes, and d5 has been played. Of course, there are a few options for white to take, to push the pawn, or just to leave it like this. And I believe that he went for the e5, going for some French defense pawn structures.
Yeah,
in the
this is
center.
not really great, I believe. Here takes, knight e5, knight e5, bishop d5. Black has a healthy structure. And actually, if somebody should be careful here, it's white, because the pawn on h4 is, well, something you cannot quite take back. If you play, if the pawn was standing on h2, white would play maybe king b1, bishop d3, rook e1, etc. But now this pawn on h4, it might remind you at some moment. And again, it goes against how the Emirati grandmaster plays chess. He is a very dynamic player. He likes fighting chess, so that's why for him, he takes on d5 is just not the way to play. That's why he played e5.
a5, immediately attacking the knight on f6. The pawn structure in the center is already closed right now, so we have some kind of a French defense without the pawn on d4 already. Now knight is targeting the e5. You have to protect it with f4. That's what we see on the board.
f4, h5, yeah, perfectly logical move, because here white has some logical weaknesses. If only white was to play next, let's say black would play rook c8. Here, Salem would love to play h5. With some minor pressure, get the knight on d4, put the bishop on d3, maybe future ideas g4, f5, maybe g4, g5, depends really on the position. So here Donchenko immediately fixes these logical weaknesses so that white cannot properly use the pawn play at the king side.
Yes, and there are some weaknesses on the light squares. Also the problem with the bishop on the f1, where do you exactly develop it? Do you go for bishop e2 and maybe push g4, bishop d3?
Bishop e2 was the response. Right, I'm not exactly sure about bishop e2 and bishop d3. Maybe the idea of bishop e2 is put it on f3. Yeah, this is exactly what happened in the game.
Ah, okay.
Right, so long castle. Here, I don't think there's any d4 push, because you want to activate your last square bishop, get the pawn on g2. The problem, I think, is that after bishop g2, there's going to be some rook g1 problems. The pawn on g7 is under attack. Let's say you go here. And even though I do see the pawn on h4 is under attack as well, somehow I just don't like it. Like takes, and maybe, just maybe, f5. Maybe there's some tactics. Get to the pawn or e6. The rook at h8 is somehow under attack in some lines. I don't know.
There is for sure something there. There is some tactics.
Yeah, I mean, rook d7 is king d7. I tried to calculate this very quickly. King d7, you see there's discovered check, and somehow engine says this is equal.
Yeah, okay, there are 3 pawns on the king side, which can be very dangerous.
But, right, I'm actually quite surprised about this.
But yeah, it's very dangerous for black to go for this line.
Yeah, so long castle was played. I'm sure Donchenko looked at this move, d4. Bishop f3, now d4 is not possible. So black plays g6 and essentially solidifies his position at the king side.
Now we have a Christmas tree.
Yeah, we have a Christmas tree and b5. Yeah, this is, again, a smart move because white is getting the knight on d4. And one of the ideas here, for example, you would play king b8, knight e4, rook c8. I'm not sure if it's going to work immediately, but you just need to watch out for the move c4. So c4 might be a very dangerous move because white is threatening to open up the center with c takes on d5, and if you take on c4, knight c6, b takes, spells doom for black.
Yes, that's not something you want to miss with this rook d7, very nice idea. So after b5,
there's no more c4.
No more c4, it's blocked, but knight can still go to the d4. I mean, I would love to put the knight still on the blockading square, and potentially there could be some breaks, but actually I'm not seeing how. For now, everything on the king side looks so static.
Bishops on the feature chat is asking if Salem is going to play for the win. I'm going to answer in the name of Salem, yes. I believe so. He is trying to play for the win. I'm a bit curious about his choice, why he decided to play e4, because I believe he's mainly a d4 player. Maybe he just wants to use this final round where he already has secured the victory, as a testing, just a training game, just to see, yes, some ideas in Open Sicilian, just to see, am I feeling these positions?
Yeah, I feel like Salem was showing his intention from the move number 1 when he opted out for the e4, a complete surprise for the German Grandmaster. So yeah, I mean, he wants to go for a win, but unfortunately, he's playing against also very experienced player, and it's not going to be so easy this time for him.
Indeed, I like b5. The only problem for black here, Angelika, is that he has the terrible light square bishop. I mean, you look at the structure. So black is essentially setting up checkers position. Every single pawn is on the color of the bishop. You could put the king, the knight is here, the rook could go here as well, the rook could go to g8. So it is really passive. You would want to trade the bishop, but again, at the same time, when you look at this position more closely, you ask yourself, how do I make black suffer because of this? I need a pawn break. Where?
A big question, where do you break the pawns? I mean, you cannot really go for the g4 because there is just going to be trade, and the problem on h4 is very big, so you cannot even defend it right away. The pawns are going to be weak. You cannot push for the f5. It's being blockaded by g6, e6. I mean, there is always an idea to go for a4 or c4, but
everything is protected. So black is going to play something like bishop b7, king b8, rook c8.
yeah, black is very solid here.
What is the stance in boxing when you put the gloves in front of you and just say, come and get me? I'm not even
Just solid
sure.
defense.
Not a boxer. Oh, we'll see. I'm actually wondering, is there some idea? Knight d4, by the way, is played by Select. Might be a moment when white can push f5. Here with knight on e2, I was thinking about this. There's sometimes this thematic idea. So, not here, obviously. I see I'm blundering the pawn on e5. But I just kind of to make the point here is that there could be a moment when white can surprise black with a 5. And after e takes to d5, this pawn is weak. For example, there's a bishop on d4, you're pushing e6, and suddenly there's everything is hanging. And after g takes to d5, maybe again there could be moments when you play knight f4, you counterattack the pawn on h5, but I don't believe it quite.
Yes, I mean, I don't see it yet happening, and I would say that black could take with a pawn on e6, and we see bishop b7 is already on the board, very logical after knight d4, targeting the bishop. Bishop is on b7. It's a very passive piece, but I mean, the position is solid. There is not much what white can do right now. Even though, if we are looking at the king, by the way, black's king is the one who is not so safe because of those all pawns push.
For some reason, Engine here, I think, likes slightly king b7 more. But you can also understand Donchenko from the human perspective, because, again, if you misevaluate this position, let's say white plays b3, and you do, I don't know, what do? You do bishop a3, then c4 might be a problem. By the way, we have an update in the game of Limle against Martirosyan. The position is repeating, so is it repeating? I think it is. Yeah.
Rook a3 is being played. It's a second repetition.
So f6 was the only moment where Limle declined the repetition. Now he's double checking. Is this a trefoiled repetition? Is it? Is it? The score sheet says it is. He's going to stop the clock and call the arbiter. Arbiter, where are you?
He's writing down the move on the score sheet.
Then you stop the clock. You raise your hand. No, he didn't even stop the clock. Of course, why would he? He has 1 hour and 9 minutes on the clock.
He's just going for the arbiter like that.
This is the procedure. You cannot agree to a draw before
Yes.
move 40. So the right procedure is when you see there's a trefoiled repetition, write down your move, after which the position is going to repeat for the third time. Then you stop the clock. He didn't, by the way, stop the clock. Call the arbiter. The arbiter is going to arrive. See, yes, you're right. In the worst case, if Limle is wrong, he's going to get a penalty. His opponent going to get 2 minutes, and draw is agreed.
Draw is agreed. We have the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon Master Section, Limle, which of course already was clear yesterday. And we have Martirosyan, who most likely going to be the second, but still nothing is clear because the other game is ongoing. By the way, Ike is having such a great result, 8 out of 8 draws in all the classical portion, unbeatable player. exciting result.
Iron Ike Martirosyan. That's his new nickname, essentially, after Biel Chess Festival. Here, he's been showing some fantastic chess so far. Very, very tough player to beat, finishing a lot of games in a draw. Let's check the current results of this round. Here we go. One of the games is over out of 3. We have 2 more. And right now, all eyes most likely will be on the game of Mishra against Praggnanandhaa. And now it's really simple. If Mishra doesn't win this game, then Ike Martirosyan is going to be in the second place, because now let's check the current standings here with 1 game in the Masters tournament being finished. This is the current standings, 31 points for the tournament winner. We already knew that before. But Ike Martirosyan is in the second place and Mishra has 22. And again, dear viewers, every victory in the classical tournament is worth 4 points. So it's really simple. If Mishra wins, he is second. If Mishra draws or he loses, nothing is going to change, except maybe if Praggnanandhaa wins, he's going to climb back to the third place. And the difference is really obvious, because if we would check the prize pool, this is what they're fighting for.
Yes, we see that the first place for Lim Le is going to be 10,000 Swiss francs. Second place, this is a fight what is been happening right now, 7,500 Swiss francs. Is it going to be a hike? Is it going to be Abhimanyu? We will find out after the game, and all the rest of the places also have a very nice prizes in the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. So there is a lot at stake every single game.
Now there's the bird's eye view once again of the remaining 2 games. 5 of the 12 players were eliminated. In case somebody just joined, this is the final stage. So we had the triathlon, classical and rapid and blitz is the final stage. 1 player in the Challengers tournament didn't qualify. His name was Jonas Bjerre. He was simply too far away from the tournament leader, Salem. So that's why there's 3 players in the Challengers, and only 4 in Masters. So, Angelika, do we go to the game of Mishra against Praggnanandhaa, or you would like to, again, estimate the possibilities, what might arise in the game of Salem against Alexander?
No, let's go to the sharpest game so far. Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa. I won't go straight away there. And we see that actually your idea has happened on the board.
Was it? This was my idea.
Yes,
yeah?
this was your idea to jump with
I
the
do
knight.
not remember the order of the moves. I was proposing this idea of this knight e3 made sense. So let's step back a couple of moves. Where we left it, b6 and knight d7. This is where we left it, right?
Yes, exactly. And in this position, we were discussing that there is always this knight coming to d3 idea.
Actually, I thought that white had to play bishop e2 immediately. And then short castle. Mm-hmm. And I think this was the moment when I was looking at knight e3, bishop d3, c takes on d3, and I was suggesting there's going to be short castle. The bishop is going to go back to e3 anyway. Maybe there's some problems with this position. Not exactly sure, but Mishra decided first close this long diagonal.
Yeah, maybe the idea could be that black, in case black is going right now for knight d3, then there is going to be a spare of a tempo.
I think he simply eliminates queen b6 as a possibility, because here there's queen b6. And now if you play bishop e3, Angelika, there's no queen b6 anymore. You have to take with the knight. That's it. I think that's the only idea, really.
Yeah, but also if you play bishop e2, then you're sparing a tempo. On knight d3, you're not playing twice with the bishop. So, for example, if this position...
It happened anyway.
Yes. Okay.
It happened anyway. So bishop e2 had to be played, and now there you go. Knight e3 check, and again, you have to take on d3. So Pragg was really smart with his choices. C takes on d3. Oh, wait, I think I start to understand this position a bit better, because if you play queen d3, what about if I play a5? What about a5 here? How do you deal with bishop a6? Now, this is not the most common move in the Benko, but it's there. And you can see Pragg is looking at the live board, checking how did the other game finish. He just saw that Ike Martirosyan against Mishra finished in a draw. Now, it's really simple for him. If Praggnanandhaa is going to win this, he's going to climb to the third place, overtake Mishra. Any other scenario, he doesn't really care. He's going to finish the fourth place. So for him, it's really all or nothing here.
But it looks very dangerous now that the light squared bishop for the white pieces is gone off the board. Then this bishop a6 looks like a huge power. You have to return with your knight back to e2 if you would like to castle at any moment.
Yeah, but I would be a bit afraid. Let me just show you some lines. Let's say short castle.
No, knight e2 first you have to play.
I just want to play knight b5.
Oh, okay.
But there's bishop b2,
Yes.
at least. Okay, there was something better apparently.
So
I understand. Queen d7. Yes.
Oh, knight a4
Yes.
is the idea.
Big idea.
Very beautiful.
Yes, winning an exchange. So this is a very nice idea. And that's why Mishra is not rushing by taking the pawn on d3. Because if he takes the pawn on d3, what do you do against a5? Maybe he will have to do it anyway. So
maybe.
you're saying knight e2?
Yeah, knight e2, my idea is just to try to block this diagonal, but after bishop a6, it's still a little bit dangerous, yeah? Like, where do you put the queen exactly? Queen c2 would be on the semi-open file, queen on d2.
Maybe you have to play queen c2.
Yeah, because queen d2, there is knight c4.
Yeah, and in general, these positions, to give up the Daxwa bishop, it's just great. It's just great for black. Two monster bishops controlling long diagonals. So what's going to happen here? Is this really one of the most important games of the round? Possibly. It could be because Praggnanandhaa played a very, very sharp game against Mishra. Both of the players are perfectly understanding this is the fight for the second and third place, possibly the third place. Dear viewers, hope you're enjoying this. This is the 57th International Beer Chess Festival. The final day is here. This is the finish line. We'll be seeing you with more action after the break.
Welcome back to the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, and I'm having final round game finished among the Limle, who is actually the champion, the third in a row year of the Biel Chess Festival Masters section of the Grandmaster Triathlon, and Martirosyan, the most solid player of the field with 8 out of 8 draws in the classical portion, and most likely the second place. You played a draw. Good result, good finish of the tournament. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
So how do you feel about the game? I mean, it went straight forward to the equal line of the Carlsbad. Were you ready for this? Were you going for this approach of playing a draw in the last round, or you still wanted to do a fight? Hike.
No, for example, yesterday with black pieces, I wanted to play very solid, and I was 3 points down the end, but and I was thinking I will do my best in last round, and if I win him, okay, I will finish first. But he played very good game yesterday, and unfortunately for today, I didn't have chance to win the tournament. That's why I thought, okay, I have still a lot of tournaments. It's better to keep my energy.
Yeah,
and
so
it was okay for me because I think I played well here. I enjoyed really this tournament because before I never had the opportunity to play this triathlon system. I like everything.
And Liam, for you, was it the moment where you wanted to go ambitious in the final game, or you decided to finish the tournament with some saving of energy?
Yeah, well, I wanted to get a game, but also I didn't want to take too much risk because it wouldn't be nice to finish the tournament with a loss. And I think in the last 2 years, I always had 1 or 2 losses in the tournament, in the classical part of the tournament. So this time I thought, okay, if I could finish the tournament without losing, it would be nice. And what I got in the game was not much for both sides. So there's no room for error for both sides. So there's nothing we can do about that.
All right, I mean, positive results for both. We might go to the game and check maybe some highlights, maybe some still moments where you guys could have gone for something more. So we had this Carlsbad structure. You already had it against each other in the Rapid and Blitz.
Yes,
right?
we played this
played
2 times already in this tournament. And both times I play with h6 and castle shot.
And you surprised with knight h5.
Yeah, it surprised me, but I knew it because I had some games on database even. And yeah, I knew it after bishop e7, queen e7, long castle. Also some moves after that.
Yeah, I knew this
So it was
is a line.
preparation for you all the way.
Yeah, although I think I was the first one to be out of book because he was still playing very quickly here.
No, here he played the best moves. I mean, this g6, knight g7 is the famous idea, and also here is the better one.
Yes, h4.
h4.
So was h4 still in your preparation, in your files?
Yeah, I knew
or?
it that h4 is interesting because sometimes after bishop f5 you can take bishop f5, knight f5 and h5, and then g4, knight e5, some ideas like this. And bishop f5, knight a5. And here I remember long castle maybe is the first line, but it doesn't matter. Even f6 is okay, but it took bishop d3, which is also...
Have you considered long castle?
Yeah, I wanted to play f6 actually, but then I saw bishop f5, knight f5, knight d3, and I thought maybe my knight should be on e6 instead of on d6. So I thought, okay, let's take on d3 to keep my knight on g7.
And there is also line after f6, bishop f5, f takes e5. But here instead of g takes, f takes e5, and bishop g4. And here I think black has to play good moves, otherwise the white is had good advantage. But
yeah, this was a bit unclear. I didn't want to enter this type of position. Yeah.
But after long castle, my idea was to play a4 and king b8. I remember king b8, a5, knight d7. No, knight c8, a6 is good for white. And here knight d7, bishop d7, a6. No, for white.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And something like this, yeah. I knew it some ideas like this. And maybe e4 somewhere, I don't know. Maybe some small advantage for white.
So you didn't want to go for this long castle
I
yet?
thought what I play is more solid, and I think I looked at something similar, at least the idea to castle and allow knight a4, knight b6. I knew that that was a lie.
What
And
about this?
sorry, also
Yes.
instead of knight a4, I was thinking, okay, if I play here a4, but I didn't like this knight c4 move.
Knight c4, yeah.
Because knight c4 instead
After
of no instead of
Knight
king
c4
Knight
immediately.
immediately.
Yeah.
knight c4 and I don't have
very-
b3 because knight a3.
Yeah.
And if king a2 b3, then queen a3 knight a5.
Yes. Yes.
So
it's very
I
hard
don't
to kick
understand how to
this
play
knight
after
away.
this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And knight, you want to play just knight e6.
Right.
For example, king a2, knight e6, b3, then queen a3,
Oh,
king b1, and knight a5.
Yeah.
And how to play.
how to defend what is happening?
You have to spend some time like queen c1 before,
Yeah.
but it doesn't look too much for white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
here
what
I took
what you
off.
play I think is correct. Knight a4 and then knight e6, and here I thought knight b6 is
Yeah, section.
maybe
how
something
you-
for white. AB rook c1, let's say. And now the question is where to put the king and the queen, right? Like if I go queen c7, there's some queen b3, queen b4, rook c3 ideas. And if I put queen d6, which I think is the best square for the queen, queen b3, king c7.
Yeah, I was thinking this.
Yeah,
And
rook
rook
c2,
a8.
rook c3, and rook a8. Yeah.
Rook a8 and
If knight e5, I always have rook hf8, and then.
but maybe I'm tricking some
But
knight
here,
b4
knight
here.
b4, king d7.
It's
Well, it's
black to
black
move right now. Rook.
I could say f6. Let's go f6. Yeah. Knight b4, king d7.
Maybe some tricks here, yeah? Or not.
Probably black is fine.
This pawn looks a little bit weak, yeah? But it's not really possible to
Yeah.
get to
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Yeah, it's very hard to break.
Okay,
through
well,
here
Asian
for
bar
white.
likes it for
Yeah, maybe
white.
I can play a3, queen d3, e4 to try to play e4, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or queen d3, h5 somewhere, if you move your rook.
Oh, going for h5.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, but also
so no-
I can
not
play
good.
b5. Yeah. Once my rook gets to a8, then I can play b5.
yeah, queen d3.
Queen d3, maybe f5. No.
Here actually I like my position.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think you can play better after this.
Maybe knight,
Here, for example, rook c1.
maybe king b, no, but king b8.
King b8, queen b3.
No, maybe
is
queen,
the problem.
king c7, queen b3, queen d6, rook c3, yeah, we play.
Yes, and rook e8. This was.
Yes.
Rook a8, rook c1,
f6.
we played f6 knight before.
Yeah, looks pretty ambitious for white.
Yeah, if rook a5 here.
Yeah.
I
so
saw something like
a3.
this, I didn't understand how much good for white to play this.
Yeah. It looks still equal, I think. A3, and then
Yeah.
you go queen d1,
Yeah.
g3, some slow move. But I can also bring my king to f7, for example. King d7.
Yeah, it's nice.
You have all the time in the world, you can do
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
anything.
why I
Yes.
didn't play this.
So that's why
I
you
was
went
not
for
sure
this knight c5. And
Yeah. Yeah, after this, it wasn't much for
Yeah.
both.
No, in this moment I already decided to play for the
yes, in this moment you decided, all right, I'm going to trade all the queens, yes,
Yeah.
and there was also one moment, I believe it was, so here when Ike repeated, and then
Yeah.
you still played f6. we were like almost sure here, we were in the studio with
No,
the chat
but
with
there are some small ideas here. For example, let's say if my king is on d7 now, so let me just play like king d7, and let's say you play rook c2. Then I have a5.
Yeah, this is
and this may work because bi rook c a7, and now rook c3 doesn't come with check, and then I can take on a5. So there are like very little ideas like this.
I think
So
in this position I have to play maybe rook b3, b5, a4, b takes a4, rook b6, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Of,
Maybe
of course,
still-
you still have the
Yeah,
draw,
yeah.
of course. But I mean, things can get a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, yeah.
But the thing is, if I play king d7, then he could go rook c3, and then a5 doesn't work again because the rook is
because the rook
defended.
is defended now.
So that's
after
why I
this.
decided to wait with that move f6.
And also after b takes a5, b5, king b3, king b4, I'm protecting my
Yes.
pawn.
Ah,
So that's why I play f6, and now if he goes, let's say rook c3, then I can go g5, and he's not in time for rook h1 here, and if hg fg, then I get the f file.
and
If-
also potentially
Yeah,
the
here
Yeah.
buzzer.
it's dangerous for white. of course.
and if he doesn't take g5, let's say rook c3, g5. If he goes back rook c1, then I go gh, and then rook G. No, no.
sorry.
GH4.
GH4
Ah,
first, and
GH4.
then
First, and then
rook
rook G7.
Just
And
7
it
is.
might be something, I don't know, probably still a draw, but it's still a game.
Yeah, still a draw, but black is playing wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
But here, I mean,
So-
my rook on c1, there is no ideas for black.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so rook b3 is very good because now if g5, you just go rook h1, and black is in danger here. Because
Yes.
I probably have to play g4.
Yes, to close
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Oh, of
he might
course.
even take first and go rook h1.
Of course,
Ah, yes, actually.
every move here is draw, but you have to play the best moves, otherwise it will be much tougher for you.
Yes.
So a5 and
Yeah. Yeah.
And
it's
here it was just
Yeah,
repetition.
Yeah.
during your game, have you also checked out what is happening in the last game of the Masters? Maybe we can go immediately the game Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, that
Because there
game
was
is
some
much more interesting
craziness.
than our game.
Yeah, for sure.
So were you checking out during your game what is
Yeah,
happening
we
there?
were
Yeah, I was also
checking.
checking, and I liked black position because it was super active and
Yeah, so it started like some kind of King's Indian, and then
yeah, this knight fd7 is very interesting. I mean, it's
I have never
you
seen
seen,
that
no?
move.
Yeah,
no.
it's
I don't
crazy.
recall seeing it before. No. Very, but I'm wondering what's the idea after bishop e3. Let's say c5, I go queen d2. I'm still not sure what black wants here.
but even d5 after c5. Okay,
Well,
you're-
d5 he will play b5 again, right? And that
Yeah,
will be.
and then going
what's the
for-
point of your
But
knight
yeah,
on
the
b8?
bishop on e3 is better than
Yeah.
on g5 for sure. But yeah, I don't know what's the idea of knight fd7.
This-
Maybe e5, like bishop e3.
Yeah, maybe e5, f5. Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah.
If you
Bishop
play
e3,
d5,
e5,
e5, yeah.
and then
and
f5
F5,
immediately.
yeah.
So
But here white can castle long, so I don't know how good is this f5 idea for black.
is g4 also possible here or
No, not here.
not here? Okay.
You probably have to go queen d2 and
And
castle,
then-
yeah, queen d2, some a5,
and then
knight
a5,
a6.
knight a6. Yeah, that's probably the main idea. Yeah.
Because also
Black
Mishra
is
is
fine, yeah.
e4 player. He played d4. Maybe
Yes,
Pragg wanted
this
to
was
surprise him
completely-
from the opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
it was a surprise upon surprise
Yes.
because we were also expecting e4, but Abhimanyu went for d4, completely shocking.
Yeah, this
No,
is
I
also-
think he actually plays both e4 and d4. And this game, he wanted to
Yes, he went.
safety first for sure,
Yeah.
right? He doesn't need to go on out for the win.
But if he wins, he will.
I mean, if he
Second.
wins, he could get second place,
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
But
yes.
it's not easy to beat
Yeah,
Pragg.
of course,
Yeah.
of course.
And c5 happened, so d5, some already
Yeah.
ideas for going for Benko, and since this knight is misplaced,
Yeah,
it's
also the
not-
problem is the bishop rook, the king is in the center,
Mm-hmm.
and black is very active now. And it's
Yeah.
very easy to play for black.
Takes some time for white to finish his
Mm-hmm.
development, so
Yeah,
I
if you
guess
finish
black
your
is-
development.
So apparently
and
queen d2
keep the
was some
pawn,
kind of inaccuracy.
yeah,
I
it
guess
will be
knight
very-
g3 immediately should be played, right? Or a4.
Here, knight
Probably
g4.
knight g3 first, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
AB bishop b5 and then knight to come back to e2. And yeah.
And queen d2 has been played. It also looks like logical move.
Yeah. But
So
then
knight-
black gets very nice play with c4. Yeah, knight e5, c4 I think was good.
Yeah. And b6.
Yeah.
So knight b6, bishop e2, and now actually what's the moment where Pragg sacrificed the pawn?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like it too much. I thought maybe a5 is also an idea. a5, bishop a6 is also an idea. But okay, yeah, let's check out the games.
Do you like the sacrifice? Like,
Yeah, actually I like it because it's very direct. Yeah, I mean this a5,
Mm-hmm.
bishop a6, and black is not
So
in
for
time
example-
to do castle. Because
Yes.
after a5, I think you can castle, and after bishop a6, you have bishop d4. If you go instead of knight d3, it is
Uh-huh.
a5. I think that's why you played knight d3. For example, a5 castle, bishop a6, and bishop d4 here. And after
now-
f4,
Oh, yeah,
if I
yeah.
change the bishops,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think it's
yeah.
much easier to play for.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the point that he played immediately.
so there is no bishop d4.
Yeah.
And b3 was played, so not allowing any kind of forks.
Right, a5, yeah.
Cannot take actually the pawn, so it was kind of a pawn sacrifice, but it is not really so easy to recapture
Actually,
it.
why can't you take the pawn? Queen
Here.
d3, bishop a6, queen d2.
And then knight e2 and castle.
Bishop d4 is what I want. Or king f2, rook h c1.
Maybe
even-
knight d7 here?
Yeah,
And knight d7, knight d5.
Yeah.
And if bishop d4, knight... No, knight d5,
Knight
castle,
e5
yeah?
still, yeah.
Oh, no,
No,
I
no,
don't...
no.
Okay, no, no. Yeah, knight e5, black is better, right?
Yeah.
So what do you play here? King
Knight,
F.
knight
so king
e2, maybe? Knight g2.
Knight E5.
Then I castle.
Yeah, here is good for
Not-
white.
No, you should not allow me to castle. You have to play rook c8.
Yes, rook
Oh.
c8.
There is a problem
then
because
rook
after the
C-
castle.
Yeah,
this-
then bishop e2 wins.
Or
exchange.
bishop c3.
Yes.
Oh, bishop
there are
C3,
two
yeah.
two
Yeah.
pins.
Yeah. But white has rook c1, right? Instead of castle. Rook c1, knight e5.
But still, now you don't have castle. Again, this bishop c3, yeah?
Yes.
Ah,
There's
yes,
still
yes,
problem.
yes.
Maybe some rook c7, queen c8, I don't know.
Huge pressure for white.
Yeah, yeah. This can be very unpleasant for white.
So
yeah.
he didn't take the pawn. He castled.
Right.
So here the problem is this g3 knight is misplaced because maybe knight h5, knight f2 somewhere, but you are not in time maybe. So if rook c1,
A4 has been played immediately. Opening it up.
Wait. So after a4, I think white has to go after the d3 pawn, yeah? Knight h1, knight f2.
I think
knight
he
h1 was
played, he
played.
played a4 because
Yes.
of white can play a4 and knight b5.
Yes, yes.
So to stop this idea.
Yes, yes.
And now knight h1 is on the board, so this is a position. So you are, how optimistic are you for black here?
No, black for sure is completely fine. I don't know it's better or not, but now I'm thinking to take ab3, and knight d7.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'm thinking that too, yeah. Knight
if
e7,
knight-
queen a5, rook b8.
Yeah, if knight f2, queen b8 or knight c5, I don't know.
Yeah, so there is not any more idea of putting the knight on b6, so
Right.
it's also not so easy to recapture back on pawn on d3. All right, and we have also one more game in the challengers ongoing. Salem has surprised today playing actually first move e4. So we have some surprises today.
Well, but Salem wants to win, I think.
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
He-
yes. So that's what also we discussed yesterday shortly with Alexander. He said that okay, of course, like Salem is very ambitious now. He dominated in the blitz, then also in classical he had very nice victories. So we have this Sicilian here. Did you also check this game during your game, or you're just checking the masters?
This game I missed. I
You
didn't
missed.
check it, but
This
for
game I
sure
saw a
it will
little
be
bit,
Little bit,
very
yes.
interesting opening choice. by
Yes, it's
both.
h4.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
No,
I
it
saw
has
one
been
moment
played
when he played
before.
queen e3.
Yes,
I
queen
only
e3
saw
was
that
new
moment.
to me. At least I didn't know this queen b6, queen e3.
And if
Yes.
knight g4, queen g3 maybe.
Yes.
Wow. You're
But I was thinking, is queen b2 possible, or is it losing?
Maybe it's a little bit
Queen
dangerous.
a3,
but-
yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe queen g3
Probably
again.
queen g3, yes.
Somehow
Yeah,
Revelation
white-
Bar is not impressed. But
Oh, but queen c5, right? Queen c5.
queen
Yeah, even if you
c5.
take on g7, it's I don't know how much with the rook g8.
No,
knight
not
g4.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, not here. Of course.
Knight b3 first, maybe.
Knight
Yes.
b3.
Queen e5. Queen g7. No, rook h7. Rook h7.
Rook h7, you
Yeah.
protect the pawn.
Oh, this
Here, black
good
is
for
fine.
black.
Black is
But then what is actually would happen after queen
Yeah.
b2?
I have no idea what's his intention.
Okay, but
here.
maybe I can also play knight b3. Yeah?
Knight b3, queen a3.
Queen a3 and queen, bishop c1 and a3, queen as a throw.
Oh, wow, you win the queen. Wow, okay.
Oh, maybe knight
Incredible.
b3 is the idea. Eh? And
Yes, yes. Then that
Wow.
is the idea.
and
yes.
bishop c1,
Bishop c1 is unstoppable, yeah.
but bishop c1, queen c2, and then knight d4. Yeah.
Okay, but
wait,
black
here-
to move, yeah?
Ah,
Black
you
to
can play knight
c6.
c6,
Knight
knight
c6.
Knight c6. Okay, here maybe a rook b1. Yeah.
Maybe a4 here. No?
I4.
A3, A3. I don't know. A3, rook A2.
But c2 is hanging.
Oh, C2 is hanging.
No, I
yeah.
think rook b1 is the same. Queen a3, bishop c1, and a3.
Yes.
and then just trapping. And if
And if queen c2,
queen
bishop
c2,
d3.
bishop d3.
But
Yes,
knight
yes.
before, no.
Oh, wait.
Wait. You have to be careful here.
No, knight a1. Knight a1 wins.
Oh, yes. Knight a1.
What's a
is
beautiful trap.
Yes.
Oh my God, yeah, very beautiful. So yeah,
Okay,
this
that maybe
didn't-
was his prep, yeah.
Yeah, this was a prep. Probably that's why also Donchenko didn't go for it, going into this preparation. So yeah, some moves have been, the trades have been made, and at this moment Donchenko, had d5, so he had to go for it, and some kind of French defense structure we have here on the board, and they are playing.
Yeah, this should be around equal, maybe very
Yes.
slightly better for white.
The problem is black is very solid here, yes? How do you break through? Yeah, this is the current position right now.
Yeah, maybe very small advantage for white, but it was enough.
What could be a plan for white?
For white, probably king b1, try to trade the dark square bishops, and then, I don't know, get the knight to c5 or something. But black can play like bishop d8, bishop b6 now, and maybe a5 at some point.
So it's very tough here to
Yeah.
break through. Okay, so you expect around like
Yeah,
equal,
draw,
so
it will be
draw.
logical.
Yeah,
Draw.
I think so, yeah.
Because pawn h5 are fixing everything, and your pawn is
Yes.
h4, you don't have this h3, g4 ideas.
No breaks on the king
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for looking into the games also of the others. There are also some questions from the chat which we are having. So, a question by Max Mlinek. The question is following. Your boss going to participate in the Olympiads on the board 1, each of you. Are you excited? Can't you wait to play it, Liam?
Yes, I'm very excited to play for my country, Vietnam, again. I have always played Olympiad, except 2022. I played, my first time was 2006, so I played quite a few already, and the best result we ever got was 7th place. We got that twice. For the Vietnam team, it's quite an achievement, so we hope that we will do well again this time.
And you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm also very happy to represent my country in the Olympiad. I remember when I was child, I was always following Armenian team, and actually they won 3 times Olympiad.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was dreaming to one day to play for Armenian national team.
And now you're board 1?
Yeah, and after 11 months,
Yes.
yeah, I'm board 1, and I will do my best to help my team.
And the other question is by Fisher Random Chess. It's a question about the chess 960. Where do you think you have better chance to while playing against Magnus, in the standard chess or chess 960? Yeah.
I have no idea. I think maybe 960, but I would have to train more seriously for that. I mean, for this tournament, I didn't really do much training on the 960, but I know a lot of people are now preparing for the 960 because there are more tournaments nowadays. Yeah.
And for you, Ike, I mean, it was actually your first OTB chess 960 tournament here in Biel.
Yeah, it's tough against Magnus. It sometimes doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter what.
But in Fischer, I will prefer to play white against him. Maybe I will got some chances.
Liam, which plans do you have after Biel? So you're returning back to the States, and we're going to do some preparation for the Olympiad. Do you have any tournaments before that?
No, I won't have any tournaments before that. I will be just back to my full-time job at Webster University, coaching my students.
So this is your preparation for the tournaments, coaching others.
Yes.
And also coaching yourself.
Yes, because when I work with them, I also learn something for myself as well. For example, some of the openings I play here, because of working with my students, I got some ideas there. So it's very beneficial for me as well. And I think I might play some training matches before the Olympiad just to warm up. Yeah.
And do you have someone who is helping you preparing, for example, during this tournament or generally, if it's not a secret?
No, it's not a secret because I don't have anyone. So
so
I just
you're on your
prepare
own.
by myself, yeah.
Wow, so you're coaching yourself and now you're becoming third time in a row in the Biel Chess Festival champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
I have to say I had some luck this time, especially the game against Mishra 2 days ago. I was losing, And he played very well in that game and also in the tournaments overall. So I survived that game, and after that it was just managing my not losing any games
Yes.
and so on. But
Just keeping energy.
yes, yes.
And for you, so after Biel, you just said that you wanted to spare energy. So when is your next tournament?
No, before Olympiad, I have to play this World Rapid and Bliss Team Championship. So it
of
is
course.
5 or 6 days, and our team is one of the favorites. And
For
yeah,
which team are you playing?
the Emil Sutovski's team.
Okay.
And our lineup is very strong, and yeah. Before Olympiad, I have to play there.
And nothing else to then you're going just to prepare for the
Yeah,
Olympiad
and then
fully
we will
with
have
your
a
team.
training camp. With
You
my
have
team.
training camp.
Yeah, before Olympiad we will have it, and we will be preparing for Olympiad.
And do you have someone who is helping you in this tournament, if you can share, or
No, I don't have seconds. I'm preparing my own.
also on
Yeah.
your own? So we have the strongest players here at the Grandmaster Triathlon, who most likely second place, and of course the champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon, who are preparing on their own. This is very impressive.
Yeah, I want to congrats Liam Lee, because 2 won 3 times in a row. It's very, very huge results, and here he played also very well, and this year.
Yes, huge
Yeah,
result.
thank you. I also want to congrats Heik. He has a very solid performance, and all our games were so interesting. Probably except this last one, but all the other ones were so fighting, full of tactical resources everywhere, and I always enjoy playing against him. Thank you.
That's so wholesome finish of our interview. Thanks both of you
Thank
for creating such an exciting show at the Biel Chess Festival. It was a pleasure to have and to follow your games, the tournament at all times control. We had Rapid, we had Chess 960 at the beginning, Classical and Blitz, of course. Thank you, and we wish you best of luck in the Olympiad and all the next tournaments. And I guess we will see you next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we still have 2 games ongoing in the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Challengers section. We still have a game, very sharp one, Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa. We have this very, very sharp position in the Bangkok Gambit. It's a game which is located on the right side of the board. We see right now knight d7 was played. The pawn is still on c3, and there is still a huge question for black. Like how do you proceed this attack? Because the pawns are getting traded on the A file, and the material is becoming more and more limited. In the middle of the bird's eye view, you can see the game of Salem against Alexander Donchenko. We are having the French setup. Here the French defense set up in the center of the pawns. Knight is on c5. It's very difficult to actually create some play for white. So I don't know what are we going to expect there. And now we can see Salem is thinking on the board, and I have someone back to the studio.
Hello. Oh, you missed me, Angelika.
Missed you
It
a
was
lot.
Great interview there with 2 of the strongest players in the Masters Triathlon. Let's continue with action. Here we have this game of the Challengers. Although in the Challengers tournament everything is decided, it's all about pride, all about honor, a couple of rating points, maybe perhaps also experience in these positions. But still, of course, the big question is, can here the tournament winner, Salem Select, do anything real against black solid defenses?
Yeah, we also were discussing with the players, and they said that
Yep.
it looks like a very nice defense by black. I mean, the only chance which Liam was pointing out is that, first of all, to remove the king, because so that there is no potential ideas with knight jumping, king b1, for example, in this position. And the idea to trade the dark squared bishop, because of course, if we look at the both bishops for white and black, it's white who wants to trade the dark squared bishop, because light squared bishop for black is on b7. It's this French bishop.
Whoa, rook h3.
Wow.
That's a very deep move. I suppose the idea is to play rook h1, g4, h takes, bishop g4, and push h5. So let's say black does nothing. And I'm not sure what black can actually do. For example, black goes here. Maybe you remove the king first. Black goes there. Play with the rook here. Black does nothing. I want to play g4. What do? h6 on g4. I want to take it. The pawn on h4 now you see is well protected because there are two rooks on h3 and h1. Let's say you still do nothing. I play h5 and bishop h5. And suddenly there's some problems because if white is able to play f5, f6, pressure against the pawn on e6, this could be something.
So probably on this rook h3 there has to be some precise reaction from black, maybe even trying to double the rooks on h5 themselves. What about rook h7?
Really?
I
mean, why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, after rook h1, then rook h8, and then bishop e1 maybe? Bishop e1 protecting the pawn.
It's a very, very deep idea.
To break through.
I don't think I've ever seen black voluntarily position the rooks on h7, h8 here in such type of position, but the idea is pretty clear. Have some pressure. And white could still play maybe g4, h6, bishop g4, and h5. Then again, no longer there's the bishop on b4, hitting the bishop on e7, so black could play knight e4. And again, if you achieve your g4, you should ask yourself, do I achieve anything? Is this anything? Because after h5, maybe black can play g5. Not so clear.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this idea because you also weaken, so you push the g pawn, you weaken f4, potentially h4 is also weakness, so it's not so clear how to deal with it. But of course, Alexander has to understand here, he must react properly. This is a huge idea to push for g4. Should he be afraid of it or should he do something else?
It also might be a provocation, because with rook h3, this is very often what you see at the class level. When you can't just crash through immediately, you imply, I have these ideas, I have rook h1, g4, but at the same time what you're trying to do, you try to provoke your opponent to do something that normally he wouldn't do. So let's say black decides, oh, rook h1 and g4 is a very big threat. What do I do against it? So obviously I need to get a knight on e4. So for knight on e4, I need to protect the bishop on e7. So this part is at least logical. So let's say black is going to play something like, I'm not sure, bishop f8. So you play rook h1, black plays knight e4, and he's like, okay, you're not going to get your g4 idea anymore. Now I have the knight on e4. But guess what? Maybe this is still part of the provocation because of this move, rook h3 and rook h1. What white did was actually provoke black to trade his strong Daxwa bishop.
Actually, very nice idea. So there are some ideas for white in this position and trying to pull one, making black defend against it, and then actually at the end just trading the bishops and saying, what is your bishop doing on b7? I'm going to dominate with my bishop on f3.
Yeah, this makes up a very nice idea. Maybe c3.
Maybe you can even trade the light-squared bishop of white for the knight, and then your knight is just going to dominate.
Definitely an idea to consider. So this rook h3 has a deeper idea, and there's the response by the German grandmaster. Rather quickly play bishop d8, which is a very logical move because with the bishop on d8, he keeps the pawn on h4 under tabs, and also this enables him the possibility to play knight e4 now that the bishop on e7 no longer is pinned. So let's say white continues with rook h1. There's the response, knight e4, and actually you remember this Daxwa bishop, it might be heading to b6 to remind white, perhaps your rooks here in h3 and h1 are not perfectly positioned, and of course also there's the knight to fork.
Yeah, so bishop e1 is the only way I could see stops it and also trying to introduce the idea. But bishop b6, and how do you deal with it? Do you play knight b3? I mean...
No, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. Now you see that this is never going to happen. So knight b3, white's idea of g4 just doesn't even feel right. So I could just play even knight f2, take it, and this is never going to happen again because... Again, the position opens up. There's d4 ideas. Black is suddenly very aggressive in the center. So rook h3, I think what Salem was trying to do, he was just testing if the opponent is going to react accordingly. on bishop d8? I think the answer is yes. I mean, Donchenko is obviously a very strong player. He very quickly picked up White's idea, and I think here Salem will simply have to go back because I don't see how now this idea of rook h1 and g4 is going to work.
Yeah, now bishop coming to b6 is a very, very nice idea from Alexander, and knight coming to e4. So even though it feels like this position might be ambitious for White to try to play on, it feels like it's very, very dangerous, and White has to be precise with the ideas.
Yeah, and bishop b6 is incoming indeed. So we'll see how Salem is going to respond. Maybe let's go to the other game, which is Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa, because now we have only 2 games left here in Biel Chess Festival Masters on Challengers Tournament. This is the final day, final stage. After today, there's going to be no more games, no broadcast, at least in the main events. And b4 was just played by Mishra. Engine quite doesn't like White's position, but let's maybe head back a couple of moves where I believe you already discussed this position together with 2 of the winners of the Masters Tournament.
Yes, exactly. So we were talking about this pawn on d3 and how actually it's not really possible to take it any moment. I mean, this is actually pretty crazy, but looks like the bishops are completely dominating the position. So yeah, after this, but also in the line with b3, so we can go back to the game. So b3 has been played, a5, so here queen d3, bishop a6, queen goes to d2, rook c8, knight e2.
It just loses, no? Bishop e2.
Yes, actually, yeah, rook c1 has to be played. Yes, and then it's always going to be a pin. That's the problem. There is always this pin on the bishop, and there is no way White can actually castle. There could be an idea to play king h2 and coming.
I was thinking some f5 maybe. f5, f4, double attack, hit on c3 somehow.
No, it's just too much.
Maybe, yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, so this was played in a game, so should castle, here White castled, bishop a6, now Black protected the pawn on d3, rook c1, White successfully escaped from the pin, a4, trying to create a target on b3, you use your pawn to generate targets, knight h1. Yeah, this is an odd move, but I suppose you want to take care of the pawn on d3, don't you?
Yes, you want somehow to try to take that pawn, but the problem is that meanwhile Black is also doing something. We were also discussing with the players, they said the a4 was played because it is just stopping the pawn coming to a4 for White. So this a4 move by Black was very important because otherwise a4 is played by White and knight is coming to b5. So while Black is definitely in the front seat right now and pretty much dominating the position.
Yep. So what happened here? 8x on b3, 8x on b3. Now the knight on b6 has outlived its usefulness. You need to give it a new role, a very important topic in chess. So here Prague rearranges the knight to go to somewhere else, possibly to c5. And this prompted the American Grandmaster to respond with b4. Now we are getting a bit spoiler here because b4 takes care of the c5 square. But since the engine marks this is apparently a mistake, I assume it has something to do with some very concrete calculations. First idea I'm thinking, can Black exploit the weakening of the c4 square by 95?
It looks very, very tempting because if we remember, b3 was played earlier to stop knight c4 idea, and now after b4 is pushed, the c4 square is a very weak. So it's a very huge move. I mean, how do you stop it? You have to do something about it.
I mean, the entire idea of b4, of course, is not only to take care of the c5 square, but also push b5, push away the bishop so that you can capture the pawn on d3. So I was thinking, let's say knight e5. I want to go here. So I suppose you go b5. I could already play knight c4, by the way. Let's say knight c4, queen d3, knight e3, hitting the rook at f1, queen e3. I don't need to take on c3 because this is going to be just a draw. Takes, bishop b5. Black can never win this, and Prague needs a victory. So I was thinking more like bishop b7 to rely on those 2 bishops, but then again White is pretty safe. And only if he could get a knight on d4 and then launch it on c6, that would have been something.
That would be a dream. That would be a dream scenario for Abhimanyu. But of course, it's very difficult and it's easier said than done. But
maybe there's something better.
what if I'm just trying to attack the b4 pawn in some way, or
That is a sensible idea.
so maybe rook b8?
Rook b8 makes sense. You're activating your rook. So I play b5.
So you want me to take?
If you take it, I
Then-
take on d3, I play knight f2, I suppose I'm okay.
Yeah, because basically the whole queen side has gotten eliminated. Everything got traded, so maybe that's something what black shouldn't allow.
If you try to keep the pawn on d3, you need to watch out for bishop h6, hitting the rook on
Yeah.
h8, and also there's the mate threat on g7.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
So what else is there? Once again, rook b8, d5, maybe exchange sacrifice. But now this is not so clear. Takes, knight f2. Yeah, I don't like this. And also the engine doesn't like it. Maybe it's
Maybe-
not rook b8.
Maybe bishop c4. Bishop c4 with the idea knight e5, so that after b5 there is no more attack on the bishop.
I like it. Also, it enables some rook a2 ideas at the right moment. Maybe not immediately because obviously it's defended, but yeah, you stop this move. So before Prague responds with his move, I think what he wants to understand, which piece is getting to c4? Is it going to be the bishop or the knight? So does he want to get the knight on c4 or the bishop? Because if he plays bishop c4, again, the calculations are very concrete. What happens if I plays knight f2? Do I want to give the pawn on d3? For example, you play knight e5, you protect the pawn. What about f4? Where do you go?
Yeah, and already you have some issues.
Now, this is not so clear. Even though, by the way, engine even likes this. Yeah, play knight e5, knight e7. I'm not so sure this is so human. There could be some f5
There
ideas.
could be also some rook a3 at some moment.
The rook a3 could be a move as well. Yeah, maybe instead of a5, rook a3. But you give the pawn. So Prague would love to keep the pawn on d3. But again, bishop c4 is met by knight f2, so he needs to come up with a response. I'm not sure.
It's not clear what to do exactly. If queen b8, then you have the same idea of b5, right? You cannot really do it.
Can I play again f5? Maybe maybe I'm somehow overly fixed on this idea of f5, but why I'm bringing this up all the time, you had noticed, I already suggested like f5 couple
Yes.
of times, Angelika. I mean, it's a very common move in the Benko because sometimes you want to also open up the file, make sure that all of your pieces that you have in your army, they're participating in the game. And at the moment, rook on f8 is not doing much. And there might be some ideas at the right moment again, probably not immediately. I was thinking some f4. You know, if it works, then I'm immediately trapping the bishop. And now the bishop f4, I was hoping there's going to be somehow the white pieces will be overloaded. Let's say the knight on c3 is overloaded, bishop f4 is overloaded. So I was hoping there could be a moment when this works. But apparently, maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah, queen b6, there is simply bishop e3.
Like in this line, yeah, knight e3, bishop d3, this is my idea. Of black wins a piece. But there's probably some other resources for white as well. So the position is very complex. I mean, I do see, of course, the engine somehow valid. This is in favor for white. Visually, I approve. The question is, where's the follow-up?
Yes, a huge question, because those bishops are looking really great. One bishop we have on g7, the other on a6. But I'm just simply worried of this b5 idea. How do you stop it? How do you go for it? Like, what do you do after, like, what do you do to stop from b5?
I would be more leaning towards bishop c4. But again, this line of knight e5, b5, knight c4, queen d3 looks pretty much appealing. Give up the pawn and then play the long-term two bishops. Or bishop c4. But what do you do after knight f2?
Yeah, that's a huge question. Maybe you can bring the queen somewhere to a6, but you have to try to protect the pawn on d3. How do you do it?
Or maybe just leave it there and then meet the knight e3 with knight e5.
A good point. Let's
So-
say maybe queen b8 or something like this.
It doesn't work because now I play knight e3, now knight e5.
Knight doesn't work.
Wait.
Because there is knight d7.
I was thinking bishop f1, knight c6, intermezzo, so the queen on b8 is wrongly positioned. But I was thinking maybe there's also an idea to play bishop e5.
And now rook is under attack. The next move is queen b4. I mean,
But again, it's not a lot. Yeah, it's very,
it's very concrete here.
very concrete indeed. So what was it?
Bishop c4, knight f2.
White just wants to take on d3. Maybe this idea knight e5 is there. I just quite do not see.
Maybe rook a3 somewhere.
And again, very concrete question. What do you do here?
Knight e5 now. There is again this knight
The
c6.
same idea. Knight e5, knight c6. Yeah. So again, quite doesn't work. Could be a very strong move here. Everything is kind of pinned. This knight is pinned. This bishop, this knight on c3 is pretty seriously hammered. Maybe there's
There is
some.
actually bishop c3 and rook a2. Oh no, it's
I was
not
thinking
right.
some queen c8 or queen c7 with the idea to hit on d3 and on c3.
Maybe
what
queen
move you
c7.
suggested?
Maybe queen c7. I looked at
The
bishop.
same.
It's the
But
same.
now you jump on the fork. Yeah.
There is a fork. Yes, you cannot do it.
Yeah. So that's why I suggest a queen c8. We'll see. We'll see. So that's the game. And that's the game we have here. The viewers, what do you think? What do you think how this game is going to finish? Do you think Prague is finally going to score the necessary victory here and overtake Abhimanyu, Mishra in overall rankings? Or do you think if Mishra is going to keep his third place? Because if you look at the overall rankings, the situation here is pretty simple. Mishra, if he wins, and I do not quite see how he can win from this position, he would get actually to the second place. Because a victory here in the triathlon, in the classical tournament, is worth 4 points. So at 22-4, it's 26, overtaking Martirosyan. So if Praggnanandhaa wins, he cannot catch Martirosyan, but he will overtake Mishra and take down third place.
Exactly. That's why there is a lot at stake right now, especially knowing that Haik already played a draw against Slim Le. The game has finished long time ago. That's why he has this huge opportunity to surpass the Haik. And for Prague, it's an opportunity to surpass Abhimanyu and get on the podium to the third place in this year's Grandmaster Triathlon Masters section.
All right. Now, what do we do from here? I'm still puzzled. I'm still puzzled about this game. I'm curious. I'm curious how Prague is going to continue. I think he's a bit conflicted with his continuations. He doesn't quite see where's the kill shot, so to speak, because I'm pretty sure Praggnanandhaa is certain he's better. I think so. And I also have no illusions that Mishra also senses he should be worse. How much worse? Both of the players are not exactly sure about it, but Praggnanandhaa is choosing between bishop c4 and knight e5, and I don't know what he's going to choose. So let's jump back to the other game.
Yeah, we still have one game in the challenger section ongoing. Salem, the winner already of the Grandmasters Triathlon challenger section against Alexander Donchenko. We have seen actually some development happen. The bishop being relocated all the way to e3, very interesting.
So we left it here. Here, rook h3 was this very deep move by the tournament victor. He wanted to play g4. Of course, first the rook goes on h1, then push forward h pawn, create some targets because everything is locked at the king side. Bishop d8 was a very nice response by the German grandmaster, hinting at bishop b6 and knight e4, some counterplay in the center. So here Salem played king b1, bishop b6, and now just improve the bishop because this bishop on b4 has outlived its usefulness. It's no longer pinning the Doxwell bishop for black on e7, so he's going to attempt to do the same on e3. So we have a cat and mouse game here.
Yes, exactly. And this is a moment where something has to start changing. The white has to start moving the pieces or the pawns, because if white is going to play something like bishop d2, bishop b4 back, we might have actually a repetition. So it could have been some silent draw offer again. We had it already many times. In this case, Alexander Donchenko just repeating, bringing the bishop all the way back, saying, okay, you can also put your bishop on d2, b4. We're just going to repeat and make a draw. But of course, Salem is the one who is being very ambitious in this match, and he wants to push for a win.
I think so, yeah. For the moment, I'm not sure that he's going to repeat the position. I mean, he could. He could, of course, but looking at the clock situation, he has 44 minutes, which is a 40-minute advantage over his opponent, Donchenko. This is move 28. They still have to make good 12 moves to reach the next time control. And I think that Saleh is a bit curious about this position, because they could have just repeated the position early in the game somewhere. So now he's just curious how to play on this position. So the core idea is to play rook h1, push g4, and why not try it right now? What about rook h1 right now? Can he do this?
That's actually a very interesting point, because now there is no more this idea of bishop coming to b6, and you still have this option of g4. But okay, here the pawn on h4 is protected, by the way.
Yeah.
It's all protected. There is nothing.
The only thing I'm not again certain if black really has to take. Because let's say black takes it, h5 feels to be rather inevitable.
Maybe bishop c5, there is nothing there.
There's no threats. Everything is protected. That's why the bishop stands on e3.
Perfect.
Could be still moves like, let's say, rook g8. And you play h5, g takes to h5, there's some counterplay. Bishop h5, there's some fork ideas on g3. So you still need to calculate these things very precisely. Rook takes on h5, rook takes on h5, bishop takes on h5. There's still a fork idea on g3.
Yeah, there is rook g1.
Okay,
though,
rook
but
g1. I didn't see this from afar, so I was kind of hoping there's something, there's nothing. But yeah, rook h1 is a very serious move here.
Yeah, very serious try for white to break finally, in some way to try to break, because actually I'm recalling this game of Salem against Donchenko, where Salem had black pieces, where he had this very close position, and he tried to break through, but it was not possible. I think these flashbacks are coming right now at the Emirati Grandmaster of the game they already played in the classical portion, where Emirati Grandmaster had this huge opportunity to win the game, but he was actually stopped by the fortress of Donchenko, and this is something what he has here as well.
Yeah, the other choice here for black is to ignore the g4 push. And again, for example, play something else, like maybe now play rook g8. And the point is, how do you proceed? Because g takes on h5, g takes on h5, the g file now is open, the pawn on h5 is protected, and there's also the knight g3 idea. So it's not so simple, not so easy to evaluate. Still, I believe white should be better, because I think there could be a moment when white could take on e4 and play something like f5. Or maybe even f5 immediately. Try to get some targets here. Like maybe instead of bishop e4, f5 immediately. But again, it just leads to some complications after knight g3. I'm not sure what this is. I mean, there could be moves like f6 or exchange sacrifice on e6. And speaking about Saleh, you know, Angelika, I had him here a couple of days ago. Maybe even yesterday, I don't remember. Yeah,
yesterday.
I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, he had a rest day.
Yeah, I mean, he was here a couple of times. We had a couple of interviews. I think we discussed this yesterday about the concept of the exchange sacrifices. And one thing he told me, he really loves the exchange sacrifices, right? So that's why I think also in this sequence of rook h1, g4, he would definitely consider it.
For sure, and he, of course, is the one who wants to open up the position, try to create something on the king side, because for black there are actually no real breaks they want to go for, because f6 will never be a break, there will be weakness on e6. It's a white who has to start pushing.
Yeah, I think we also have to show it the problem of f6. This could be part of the provocation, because white can always take it. Mishra takes an f6, and now the question is black not, from his willingness, try to generate some counterplay, actually creating weaknesses that white could exploit? Yeah, the pawn on e6, the pawn on g6, they're weak. So let's say I just go back. Now you push e5. The pawn on d5 is weaker than before, and also pawn on g6 is pretty weak. That's why, remember what I said, this entire sequence of rook h3, rook h1. The big idea, of course, is to make g4 as a potential threat, but maybe there's also a second idea that this is part of provocation, and Donchenko is well aware of this.
Yeah, it could be, of course, a provocation. That's why he has to make sure that any move he's making is not creating weaknesses. And f6 is a move with which you are actually creating weaknesses for yourself. And maybe it's a time for us to go and check what has new been played in the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa, because I think they followed our lines.
Yep. Bishop c4 was played by Pragg, and now the big question is what's going to be the follow-up after knight of 2?
Yeah,
How is he going to keep the pawn?
This is what we couldn't find. Yeah, we couldn't find the move here. We were looking at this position. So knight e5 we didn't like because of f4.
Right.
But we were trying to introduce this knight e5 idea, yes? What is the most efficient way? How could we introduce it?
You know, one thing, Angelika, I always remind myself in these positions, especially when I'm playing from black's perspective, when you're the stronger side, you're always taught to look for the forcing moves. So look for something concrete. So Pragg is looking for concrete. He's looking for knight e5. He's looking for queen b8. He's looking for rook a3. You look for these resources, and then you can't find it, but you feel it's there. It's there. It's somewhere there. It's somewhere there. It's very close. This is what we call intuition, your subconscious knowledge. And then you remind yourself, wait a second, maybe I can be a bit slower. You know, maybe actually I have something positional, not concrete. And this is very hard to spot. For example, something like, let's say, rook a3, knight x on d3, and perhaps there's some sort of a positional move like, let's say, queen a8, which doesn't quite generate any immediate threats, but it just improves your position. And you want to play moves like rook c8 and kind of apply the pressure, squeeze your opponent. This is not your top choice, but if you're good enough, you're going to get there at some point.
It's very difficult to find where is this positional approach which you have to go for, or is in this position actually a dynamical one where you have to go for more concrete and forcing lines, especially knowing that this game was followed by a lot of forcing moves, which we had a lot of dynamic ideas in the position. It's going to be very hard to switch off from one approach to another, but maybe it's something what Pragg has to do in this position.
Yeah, I'll just try to illustrate the line. I'm not using an engine here, but I'm just guessing really here. So let's say you go here to avoid a pin. I was thinking rook c8, hitting on d3, the knight on c3 is under attack, and I mean, what do you do? Some knight b2 ideas, and there could be some tactical shots, like bishop b3, hitting the rook on d1. Okay, I'm failing, probably not very good at this, but it feels that there should be some shot. Okay, I'm going to check it. You know, the position is so complex. Oh, wind exchange. Okay, this is not very difficult. Takes,
Oh,
takes, a bishop e2.
very nice.
I mean, I felt it's there. If I would have spent like a couple of minutes there, I probably would have found it. So it just shows that maybe this is the way for Pragg to continue. It's very difficult to find it because, again, you're looking for concrete lines. You don't want to give the pawn on d3. You feel there's definitely compensation. And Pragg just played a move, queen b8.
We were actually looking at this move, queen b8.
But maybe the idea is not to recapture on d3.
Maybe the idea of not knight e5, because we were looking at knight e5 here.
How about rook c8?
Just applying more pressure.
All right, listen. I have a question to you. So there's one thing that I know from chess, which is the so-called Lekein's gun. The Lekein's gun is when you position your heavy pieces vertically. So that's the rook a6. That's the rook on a7. Okay, here, of course, it makes no sense. And the queen goes on a8. Yeah, pushka. Yeah. Alekhine is gone. So you build it there, and it's very powerful. Like it's like a cannon, firing a lot of firepower. And I have a question. How would you call this, which is a horizontal Alekhine's gone? I mean, not quite. There's not two rooks and the queen on c8, but still, you can feel there's a lot of pressure. What is this?
This is some triple X-ray. So I feel like rook, queen, and rook, they're all X-raying on the 3 files.
How do you call this? Dear chat, can you allow us to invent a new name for this? Because I don't think there's a name for this. What is this? How would you call it? There's a suggestion, Alekhine's knife.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
it doesn't look like a knife. That's a problem.
I also don't agree. It's not a good name. Sorry, Dick. That was our producer who suggested Alekhine's knife.
Maybe some, maybe some kind of a fork, like that going
Prague's
on
gone.
this.
Alekhine's tank. I love these suggestions. Yeah, there's many possibilities here to invent something. I mean, you think everything in chess is invented? No, I don't think there's an official name for this. Okay, official, unofficial. It's like Alekhine's gun is not really official. It's like a common saying among chess folk. We'll see. All right. Listen, dear viewers, while you're trying to figure out how to tackle this, rooks here, queen on b8, Alekhine's tank or Prague's gun, you can come up with your solutions. The action still here continues here in the 57th International Biel Chess Special. This is the final day of the final stage in Martirosyan Challenges. We have 2 ongoing games. This game, Abhimanyu Mishra against Prague, is essentially the fight for the 2nd and 3rd place. You're going to have to find out yourself how it's going to finish because we, dear viewers, we're going for a short break. See you back shortly after the break. And we're back live from Biel here in Switzerland following the action of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Today is the final day of one of the most interesting tournaments all over the world, the Martirosyan Challengers Triathlons, the combination of 3 tournaments. As you can see, this is the playing venue here in Biel Congress Center, which is in the middle of the city of Biel. Here we see this is the stage of the Martirosyan Challengers. Only 2 games have been left here today because one of the games already is over, it finished. So we can already congratulate the winners in both sections, the Martirosyan Challengers, because we already know their names, and they are Lindley in Masters, essentially scoring a hat trick, winning the tournament 3 years in a row. And in the Challengers, it was the unstoppable Salem, who is right now fighting for extra rating points in his game against Donchenko.
Yeah, absolutely exciting performance for both of the players, but we still have a huge question. Is it going to be Haik who is a second place in the Masters? Because Abhimanyu Mishra and Praggnanandhaa game is still ongoing, and this game doesn't look peaceful at all. So in case Abhimanyu manages to win, he's going to surpass Haik and get the second place. But if Prag is managing to win this game, he's going to get to the podium and surpassing Abhimanyu Mishra, getting the third place.
That's why this game is so sharp, and as you can see on the right corner, that's the game in question, Mishra versus Prag, where Prag is not only looking for the potential to beat his opponent and get the third place, but also get a small revenge. Maybe actually it's quite the big revenge for the Indian player, because Prag lost against Mishra, which was a very surprising result at the very first round of the classical tournament of the triathlon.
Yeah, sweet revenge. That would be very nice for the top 8 in the world. Praggnanandhaa, of course. Abhimanyu has been playing also very well, like scoring at the beginning of the tournament, 1 win, 1 draw against Praggnanandhaa, then winning in the classical portion. Then Prag managed to score 2 points back in the blitz portion. But now it's the final stage and the final day. Who is going to take it home?
Yeah, the last move that was played by Prag was Rook B1, and now you can see here the Indian player is checking something on the score sheet. You have these digital huge boards at the display on top of the players. I'm not sure what he was checking there. Maybe the moves. Is this really move 23? Because there's one thing that makes this tournament so exciting, and that, dear viewers, is the time control. Because the players here are using the time control of the World Championship match. And again, it is 2 hours for 40 moves, 1 hour for next 20 moves, then extra 15 minutes after move 60. But the increment that we're so used to comes only at move 61.
Yeah, this is crazy. That's why the players have to make sure they're not getting into the huge time troubles before move 40 or 60. And about this Rook C to B1 move, I mean, we were looking at some lines where actually Rook on D1 was a problem. So now the idea of White is to bring the Rook from F1 all the way to C1. For example, after Black is playing something like Rook A3. Let's say Rook A3 has been played attacking the knight.
You don't want me to execute whatever it's
you want the Prag's
Prag's gun or Prag's
tank
or whatever call it. I tried to invent a new name. Maybe it doesn't really need a name, but of course the big question is what happens after Rook FC1. But you're right, I mean, Rook H3 also makes sense.
Yeah, so the thing is that White is going to bring back the Rook to C1, and now in the lines we were discussing after, let's say, Knight takes D1, there was this line we were discussing earlier. At some moment, Rook on D1 was a problem. I don't remember already the line, but...
Here you want to play Knight D1?
No. So there was some lines where Rook on D1 was a problem, where there was a take on C3 and Bishop D2 attacking the Rook on D1.
Not here. I think it was in different lines.
Yes, in different lines. So that's the point, that Rook on F1 goes to C1. So no more this problem of the Rook on the D1.
I'm pretty sure the games are going to continue something like this. So Rook C8 makes sense. You cannot really take on D3. The knight on C3, now it's under attack. This will be really bad. So you're just blundering the knight for no good reason. I suppose White could continue here, Rook C1, implying that knight D3 might be a threat. So the question is, how does Prague continue? I
Yeah.
think rook a3 is very reasonable.
Rook a3 looks perfect.
Knight e1 quite, I don't like it because now there's no pressure against opponent d3 and the white is incredibly passive. Yeah. So this move I don't like. But of course, if you'd ask me what's the active play, maybe some sort of a b5 here.
By the way, the Prague executed his Prague's gang or Prague's tank.
We found the same idea
Yeah,
about
similar
on the other
idea.
side. There's a move.
There is a move. The Prague's executed his Prague's tank or Prague's gang,
Yeah,
whatever
this is
you call
beautiful.
it.
Let me draw these arrows. That's what it makes it so powerful. There you go. Rook fc1 and rook a3 was played just as we suggested.
Yes, immediately playing
Prague's
this.
battery, David Chedester suggested chat. I like it even better.
Yeah, Prague's battery looks also great. Rook a3 immediately targeting the knight on c3, and it's a huge question. How do you confront this huge pressure? I mean, if you were playing here white, Arturs, what would be your ideas here? I mean, knight d1 looks super passive.
I mean, the threat is to win the exchange. Take on c3 and play bishop a2. That's the big idea. What do you do? Maybe this is the only move, actually. If this is the case, then white's position is much more worse than I thought.
You cannot play rook b2 because you're getting into the pin. Can you play rook a1? I mean, rook a1, you're getting in the pin again.
Yeah, rook a1 just lose by force immediately.
Ah, yes, you cannot take it, yes.
Rook b2 makes no sense at all. Like you said yourself, it's just a move you're not even considering because it just jumps under so many pins. This is a pin, there's a pin, there's a pin, the knight is not moving, and you just don't see a follow-up. So I think normally what Mishra would be trying to do here, he goes for a position which gives him some clarity. Knight c to d1 is a mistake, apparently, but the position already is very difficult.
Wait, bishop a2, isn't it just already winning an exchange? Bishop a2,
And I take on c8.
take. Oh, you have this very nice
Yeah,
intermezzo.
just a
Okay.
second, but there's something wrong with this. How about rook a2? How do you defend?
Rook a2, the only move is queen a1.
There's also an ib to go back. But yeah, you're right. Queen e1 probably is also. No, this is not right.
All the pieces of white are on the first rank. Look at this. Rook b1, rook c1, knight d1, king, queen e1. Only knight is on f2 and bishop on e3. This looks very passive. This
There
looks
could be
great.
some d2 ideas. I do not immediately see. Oh wait, just rook e2.
Oh,
Oh,
the
this
queen
is
is
bad.
almost trapped.
Oh, this is bad. Like d2, bishop d2, and everything just falls apart. That's it. Rook e1. Imagine this if this game would finish like this. Yeah.
Wow, this would
So
be
what was it? Rook
beautiful.
a2. Yeah.
Yeah, rook a2 looks great.
Can I sacrifice the queen? Probably not enough. Takes. Doesn't feel like a fortress to me. I
Yeah,
mean,
queen
it's amazing,
c2.
Angelica. You know, here in this festival, we had so many fortresses. It's unbelievable. I think it started with a game, if I'm not terribly remembering all the examples, started with the game of Salem against Mark Andrea Maurizio, this crazy queen sacrifice.
Oh, yes.
Not a real fortress, but it was a stalemate. We had a couple of stalemates here, fortresses. Then there was the game of Salem against Donchenko, where Salem was playing with black, and the German Grandmaster applied fortress against him. Yesterday we had Prague's game against Limle with the white color. Again, he attempted to set up a fortresses. So I don't even recall such tournament where the fortress was one of the main themes of the entire thing.
Yeah, and yesterday also Prague tried to have a fortress against Limle, which of course at the end appeared to be not a fortress, but there was a huge try for it. So we might see it in this game as well. Rook a2 is on the board.
Rook a2 is played, of course. Makes perfect sense.
Okay.
I'm not sure why is there even something better than rook a2? Just
Okay,
looks
let's
perfectly
try
natural.
rook knight b2 maybe.
Because this loses.
Yeah,
this
this
immediately loses. This is not a solution. So you can't go here. D2, this is resignation immediately. Bishop d2, rook d2, extra piece. Resignation on the spot. So you have to go knight b2.
Knight b2, and now how to put more pressure. Now actually knight f takes on d3 is a threat. So white wants to take the pawn on d3.
Are you sure? I'll just take it. Maybe there's even something like knight e5. You know, black's position is so powerful that he could afford to throw in a couple of more pieces.
Yeah, queen b5 also is there.
Yeah, queen b5 and f4 probably fails for some reason, which I'm not sure what's the reason. Yeah, just go back, I suppose. Okay, so I think here Prague is looking for a kill, right here. And you might be saying, okay, here Mishra made a mistake. He played knight c to d1, but it's very difficult to come up with a good move in a bad position. Everything just looks wrong to you. There's no good moves. There's no good solutions. And that's why when you're feeling that you have a terrible position, your performance degrades. This is how it happens. In chess, psychology plays a huge part. There's been some debate, how much is it? I've seen some numbers like 30%, 40%, I believe. 30% was acknowledged by some experts. 40%, I remember this number was mentioned by Judith Polgar, one of the strongest female chess players in the world. Also, of course, the most famous content creator, Levi Rosman, he said actually psychology is 70%, even more. Maybe for him 70% is the number, but it plays a huge role, obviously.
When you're under such a huge pressure on the board, then of course it becomes even more difficult. How do you stop? How do you stop it? And okay, we see knight b2 is on the board. It also looks like very sad knight on b2.
All right. Maybe just some quiet move. How about some bishop b5?
I prefer rather queen b5.
Queen b5. Okay, you got it. With what idea?
My idea is rook b8 and take on b4.
I'll just say no, because the engine says so. I have no idea why this is no. Maybe there's this idea, rook c4. Rook c4, knight c4, you want to win the queen, I get a lot of pieces for it. Like 3. No, how much did I get?
The rook and the knight.
Not a lot.
And also engine says no.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So where's the winning shot? How do you finish off? It feels very good. I mean, black is perfectly ready. So mighty bishops on c4 and g7. Powerful rook at a2. Strong pieces here on b8 and c8. Everything is ready. You just need this one final ingredient. Where is it?
Bishop b5 actually is on the board. So now question is rook c8, there is nothing. So rook c8, if rook's been trade off the board.
Why bishop b5 was not working for us? What was the reason?
We were just starting looking at it. We were not...
You said no, I remember.
Yes. We said bishop b5 and I said maybe queen b5. And then we started first to look at queen b5 and not bishop b5.
You overruled my bishop b5. All right, okay. I mean, it makes sense because it opens up path for knight e5, knight c4. A very logical move. The pawn on b4 doesn't matter. Knight e3 just loses, straight loses. Just take on d3.
Yes, you cannot capture anything because there are simply too many pins.
Right.
And queen d3, there is rook b2.
Just take the extra piece. That's a beautiful move. I like it. I don't see any move, actually. I mean, what do you do?
I mean, if you play knight f to d1, you're getting completely passive. Like first you remaneuvered your knight to b2, then you're playing knight d1.
I see David Chadester in the chat mentions queen a8 as a move.
Yes, actually I wanted to offer queen a8, queen a3, but somehow it might fail at some moment to some rook c4 idea after queen is on a3.
Right. Rook c4, maybe even some queen d3 ideas. Okay, completely losing again. But bishop b5 quite doesn't rule out queen a8. It is a sensible move, apply more pressure. And the bishop on b5 at least takes care of the knight on b2. It's a really passive bishop. So at the moment, what we're seeing here, the viewers, is that Prague is mercilessly outplaying his young colleague from the United States.
This is what is happening, and in order to defend the knight on b2, you have to play something like knight f1, knight d1. You don't want to do it because this is all very passive. All the pieces are being pretty passive for white. I mean, how do you proceed? How do you try to re-coordinate your pieces? I mean, I would play knight f to d1 with the idea of rook a1, but does it work?
Rook a1 here.
No. Knight f to d1 with the idea to play rook a1.
I think at some point you will simply run out of moves. So now, how do you stop knight c4? It's so depressing. Such a depressive position. Takes,
Maybe
rook
bishop
c1.
d4?
Bishop d4, you drop to knight f3 at least. Oh, sorry. You know, one thing I was never good at was drawing arrows. I just can't do it.
Takes.
You just can't draw them properly. I'm so bad. Yeah, so I was thinking, this knight c to d1, rook c8. I'm sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, knight e5. And also, by the way, there's the idea to play rook c2. Yeah, let's say you make something random. I'm thinking rook c2, takes, and bishop d3. There's so many tactics here. So for white, let's say you play, whatever was it, knight e1, knight e5, I want to take on c8, queen c8, rook c1, and this has got to be it. It's got to be it. That's it, knight c4. It just does look good.
Yeah, you're just losing. So maybe instead of rook c1, you have to play something like queen f2.
There's always going to be something.
It's difficult to find the...
No, I mean, that's what it is. You know, in bad positions, there's no good solutions. That's how it is. That's how it works. And white is so passive, and black has very strong dynamic pieces. The only active thing that white has in the position is the pawn on d5, which plays no role. Actually, you would love to have it the pawn on d4. Knight c to d1 is played. And I think that Prague is going to play very quickly knight e5. It's a very easy move. I think that white's just losing by force.
Yeah, it just feels like with each move Abhimanyu is playing, he's moving each piece back. It was first knight c3 coming to d1, then knight coming to b2. Now we see that the knight is going to d1, so all pieces are very passive. There is no real way how he can defend here.
Aesthetically, it looks very beautiful, yeah? So once again, black is like perfectly harmonizing everything he has at his disposal here. Okay, maybe I'm missing some knight c3.
Maybe rook c8 and queen c1?
It's the same. Yeah, and some queen c2. So.
Again, queen c2. But what is the threat, queen c2 now?
Just something. I don't know. Slowly apply pressure. I don't believe this is holding. If you ask me where's the killing blow, I'm not sure. But I was looking actually more at, knight c3. Hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. Wait.
Knight c4,
yes.
yes.
I'm running out of ideas. And I don't think this is really holding. I mean, this rook c8, queen c1
yes.
or something. Yeah, knight e5.
95?
I think knight e5 will be played. Unless of course, Prague here is going to find some immediate solution, like maybe there's some concrete move like bishop a4. Try to take on d1, win on b2, land the bishop on c2 or something. So he's going to check if he can kill off the game immediately. If not, then he's going to play knight e5.
You have to be careful with this bishop a4 because pawn on d3 can be taken. So,
Right.
so bishop is very much needed on b5, I think. Yes.
Yeah, this is also the best game by the pre-tournament favorite Praggnanandhaa, and I think arguably also the worst game by Mishra.
That's true, actually. I mean, he has played. Actually, he has not. He hasn't lost so far in the classical game till now, and he won 2 games in a row. He won in the first round against Praggnanandhaa.
And in the second against Sam Shankland. That's correct.
Sam Shankland. And then he played these 3 very solid games, 3 draws he had. And now in the classical portion, in the final stage, he had 2 draws.
Yeah, and also sometimes, it's very fascinating. We're looking at these games and we're analyzing They're playing a bad game. It didn't work out, and I think it's fair to remind that Mishra is only 15 years old, and so he's just starting his career. He's the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess. He achieved this at age 12, 4 months and 25 days. That's a new world record. He set it back in 2021, beating Sergei Karyakin's record, which stood for 19 years. So chess at the competitive level is becoming younger and younger. I believe actually this record that Mishra set back in 2021 might be broken like in the next year or 2 years, because there's another wunderkind coming from Argentina, Faustino Oro. He just beat Mishra's record of being the youngest international master in the history of chess, so he's cruising towards the GM title. I'm sure he's going to make it. Not sure if he's going to manage to do it, but there's so many chess talent, of course, also from India, that these records, they just keep falling.
Yes, even though it looks like Abhimanyu might most likely will lose this game, he had a very strong performance in this tournament. He has faced so many top players. By the way, let's remind, Abhimanyu Mishra is the last, he's number 6 in the field which we had, and he actually qualified for the final stage. He was at some moment, he was actually leading the field, then he was at some moment second or third. After Blitz, of course, Pragg managed to took over his result, but for Abhimanyu, it's been a great tournament. Even if he loses, of course, you don't really want to finish on such bad note, but even if he loses, it's already a huge success.
Absolutely. So there's nothing to be ashamed of, just an unsuccessful game, and I think Pragg's got this. I do not see really how here White can save any, how he can find any defenses. Rook c2 is a huge threat. Knight c4 is a huge threat. So once again, rook c2, the idea, let's say White does something like h3, rook c2, takes. The point is, this is a fork, you take on c2, bishop d3, and your entire position just crumbles like house of cards. There's just nothing to be done. The exchange is gone, the pawn in b4 is gone, and everything just falls apart after that. And the other idea is knight c4. So let's say White somehow deals with this rook c2 threat. Let's say he plays rook a1, and even here, I think you just take it and play knight c4. That's it. Again, you could have taken on c4. The exchange in a1 is under attack, so everything again falls apart. So I will be bold and say Pragg will win this.
But after knight c4, actually there is queen f2. So rook a1, takes, knight c4, queen f2.
You still try to...
Yeah, it's trying to defend.
Come on, it's not going to hold.
Yeah, rook a2, rook c2 is coming. Yeah, this is non-survivable.
This is not going to survive, indeed. So we don't need the evaluation bar, which is kind of spoiling us, but Pragg's been playing really flawless. So let's leave them be and go to the other game, which is Salem against Alexander Donchenko, the game in the Challengers Tournament, the only game because Vaishali, the heroine of the Challengers Tournament, she started the tournament with 3 victories in a row, then she was slowing down, but she lost a couple of final games yesterday and the day before that, and now today she simply has a rest day, and she already has finished her tournament with a respectable 3rd place overall.
Yeah, of course, she already qualified for the final stage for a 3rd place. It's already a huge result for her, considering that she started like Abhimanyu on the 6th place.
So we missed a couple of moves. There were a couple of shuffling pieces here and there. About here, we saw this, rearranging the pieces. Bishop f2, this is what we did not see, bishop e1. So Salem was kind of implying that g4 is in the air. Rook c4, bishop e2, go back. And he didn't do it. Look at that. So he was not sure if g4 actually is so great, because somehow black seems to be quite ready for this.
But also rook is on d1 and not h1, so he's maybe missing a little bit the rook.
I mean, he could have done this, but yeah, then the queen side opens, the king side opens, and maybe it's gonna be White's undoing. For example, let's say you play something like, I'm not sure what. Oh, I'm sorry, black is the move. So let's say you play h5, take it, and there might be some lines when black is actually very aggressive, put the rook on h1, and you see your pieces are pinned here. Mm-hmm. So the bishop on e1 is not so great. So that's why it didn't happen.
Rook d3, bishop d8, and a4 break. Yeah, we were wondering where is this break going to happen, and here we see the a4 finally striking on the queen side, trying to break that b5 and and a6 pawns.
I like what Salem is doing here. I love these bishops. It's a very unique position because it's not a secret, Angelica, that bishops work together really nicely. They control a lot of the diagonals, and especially here, look at this. So the one bishop is here. It controls a lot of squares. And they operate nicely from the shadows, as they say, right? So the bishop on e2, bishop on e1 stand nicely, and with a4, what the Emirati grandmaster is trying to do, he's trying to generate targets. So a4 is a temporary pawn sacrifice.
Which was accepted, yes.
Looks really nice. Knight c5. Now black is going to hold on to the pawn. g3, defending the pawn and prepping bishop b4. So black play bishop b6, bishop b4, and that's the position we have here on the board.
Yeah, I mean, pawn, an extra pawn for black, but it's very easy to find a way to win it. You can play even at some moment c3 and bring the bishop to d1, attacking the pawn, or you can, I don't know, you can bring also the knight somehow.
I think you just have to take it, no? You don't want to take?
You want to allow these two bishops.
Yeah, but how else you're going to capture the pawn on a4? You have to. Yeah.
Okay, he's taking.
Because also, I mean, the other choice was, as you suggested, Angelica, c3, remove the rook, bishop d1, but you still have to give up the bishop.
And also a problem, the pawn on g3, by the way, knight e4 is always there, so you have to take it.
Very good point, indeed. So that's why bishop c5 happened. Now one of the bishops is gone. I'm not sure how Donchenko is going to respond. Rook c5 or bishop c5. Both of them look pretty okay, but black is safe. That's what it feels like.
But at least white managed to do one thing, to try open some files. So maybe there could be something on the queen side. Maybe there is something what Salem can try out on the queen side. Not sure.
I think it's going to be a draw.
You think we're heading for a peaceful result?
I think so. No, not repetition, but I think the logical outcome of this game is that it's heading to a draw. So Salem is trying, he's trying, but Donchenko is just rock solid. The only thing maybe that could be altering the result here is the time control. Because this is move 37, and the players need to reach move 40 to get extra hour on the clock. But does black really seem to be in time trouble for you?
Not really. I mean, if you have like 4 moves which you have to play, I mean, it looks fine. It's move number 37, right? So 4 more moves.
A lot of easy moves. Yeah, this is
Very
not the type
easy.
of position. Sometimes, yeah, it's very interesting because you get to make 4 moves for 10 minutes, but the position is very complex. Not this one. I mean, bishop c5, rook c5 looks pretty good, and I think this game is not going to produce any more excitement. In the meantime, there's some development in a game of Mishra against Praggnanandhaa. Let's go back to this game and see what did we miss in the last couple of moves.
Yes, what new has been played. Okay, we already see that some pieces were traded. Okay, we have to go back. We have to go back where we started, and I believe we left when the knight went to e5. That was the last move we saw.
Right. After knight c3, rook takes on
Wait
c3.
a second. What about knight c4?
Why Prague did not play knight c4?
We were looking at this position with knight c4. He didn't want to allow knight c4, but wait, it doesn't work, no?
Maybe there's queen d3.
But you are taking a piece, no?
Where? How?
I mean, knight b2 or rook b2.
Okay, rook b2, knight b2, queen b5. Where's the win? Queen b5, knight b5. Yeah, it feels very close, but where is it exactly? You take on c3, I take on b8, you take on c3, I take the queen on b8.
Wait.
Not so easy, right? It feels
Not
as there,
easy.
it feels as there, but I also do not see immediately. Also the same idea after knight b2. You can just take on b5. And then how do you take on c3? You just don't. So apparently there was something here. Once again, rook b2, knight b2, But okay, let's focus on what's at hand here. They're already playing a couple of moves because here after knight c3, Pragg sacrificed the exchange on c3. He played knight c4 with the same idea. And now this prompted white to take on c4 and give up the queen.
Oh, and now we're having the position we are discussing. We might go into rook and knight against the queen. Yeah, objectively, of course, queen is better than rook and knight, but there could be some exceptions. And also in this case, I looked at queen can be very active.
Queen b5. Because white wants to play
Yes.
b5, b6, b7, and maybe bishop a7, so queen b5 is a very easy move here. Unless there's going to be another strong move.
No, queen b5 looks very logical, and then bishop c3 to follow.
Yeah. Queen b5, bishop c3. Maybe I'll also get to execute my f5 finally.
Finally, yes.
Finally. So, should be dead lost. Maybe without opponent e3, white will be somehow holding on. So technically it's only rook and knight for the queen. And Abhimanyu is attempting to set up some kind of a fortress, but it's like yesterday. Yesterday, Pragg was attempting to set up a fortress against Lim Le, and we just quite wouldn't believe that it's going to hold, and ultimately, there was no fortress.
Yeah, and here it is literally the same. You hope there might be some fortress for white, some safe way to save this game, but unfortunately, there is nothing like this.
All right, now we can go back and try to understand what was this follow-up you were saying, yeah? Where was this killing shot? Bishop b5, knight
So we
e1,
can, yeah.
knight c3,
Knight
and you were
c4.
asking why not knight c3?
Queen b4, queen d3, rook takes.
It's probably some slow move again. Those slow moves are quite difficult to notice. So bishop c3, no. Rook c3, no. Knight move, no. So it's got to be a queen move.
Bishop c3, also no, yes.
Right. Maybe this? No.
Computer says no.
No. Just no.
Queen b5 looks logical.
Yeah, queen a8. Why doesn't work again? I suppose white is going to play knight e2. All right. Oh my goodness. I wish I didn't look at that.
At what? Did you see the move?
Yes, I saw the move. Black to play and win. This is an actual puzzle. Dear viewers, can you find it? I just saw it and I regret I even looked at. I mean, okay, it would require me probably 5 minutes
Wow.
to find it. Black to play and win this position. Pragg missed it.
Okay, so bishop c3 doesn't work. Queen b5 doesn't work. Rook c3 doesn't work. So what else do we have here? I mean, this is...
I'm not going to say nothing.
Yes, yes. Chat, let's try to find.
It is beautiful.
It is beautiful. Okay, then it might be a hint. It is beautiful. We have a hint.
I just
So-
saw it and I was amazed.
So I'm excluding the queen moves because queen moves don't make sense. Queen c7 doesn't make sense. Queen a7, no sense. Queen a8, no sense.
I mean, yeah, you can use elimination method.
Yes, exactly.
But it's very difficult, especially when you calculate this entire sequence from afar. So we're talking about this sequence. It was right here. So Pragg would have to see here that knight c4, queen d3, rook b2, rook b2, knight b2, queen b5. He has a win, which is not very obvious. Chat is also trying to guess it. Nobody got it at the moment.
So I would say it's not a queen and it's not a rook. There are no moves for rook other than rook c3, but rook c3 is not working. Knight d1 doesn't work. So I think
Could have been a move of the tournament.
I think I see it.
Yes? You can say it.
It's a bishop.
Maybe.
d4.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
god. Crazy.
Bishop d4. This would have been
Wow.
one of the most beautiful moves of this tournament.
Wow.
Prague did not find it. I mean, he did not really spoil his victory, but the point is, after bishop d4, oh, sorry, this bishop d3 doesn't defend, doesn't really. Oh. Sorry. All right. The point is queen b5, knight b5, and rook on c1.
The rook is hanging. Yes, and if white is trying to take the queen on b8, it's actually a very important line. So queen b8.
Wait. This bishop doesn't really. There you go.
Yes.
So the point is queen b8 is you take it here.
There is a check intermezzo. Wow, very beautiful. Wow.
And
It's
if
so
you-
difficult to see.
Yeah, and if you go here,
Then there is the same bishop e3, queen.
just take it.
Okay. Actually, yes, it's better even like this. Yes.
No, not easy. I mean, not easy move bishop d4. So it's a confirmation that Praggnanandhaa is a human being. He didn't see this from afar. Could have been a really cool shot. I'm pretty sure that the game would end immediately. Instead, he played rook takes on c3, which is a very cool move. And now he played knight c4, rook c4, bishop takes on c4. And here we did not see other moves except of the queen sacrifice knight c4. But I suppose here black is so dominant here that some slower moves like bishop b8, queen a8, queen a3 simply will seal the deal for black, and that's why here Mishra decided, okay, whatever, I'm going to give up the queen, try to hold on bishop c3.
Wow, immediate bishop c3. So what's the idea after b5? Do you want to take the knight and queen b6? But
There's probably something very concrete. I think I know. Takes, and queen a7. Yes.
oh, and queen a2 is there.
Yeah, queen a2
Wow.
here. Queen b3. At least. Maybe there's something better. You hit the rook on d1, hit the pawn on d6. This should be a win. The pawn on d3 survives. This is a win. And after queen a7, he should play king f1. Again, same idea. At least there's this.
Yes, once you're winning the pawn on b file, then you're just dominating.
Yeah, and that's why here it didn't happen. Rook b3 was played. And bishop b4 here is a bit risky. I mean, you're pinning your pieces. It allows also white to play rook d3. Why would you do that? The pawn on d3 is really important. And here, the Indian player played queen c8. With a
You're
threat, taken queen
Yes,
c2.
you're protecting the bishop, and again, introducing huge threats on the position. b5 is still not there. How is white holding up? I mean, it looks like there is no defense anymore. How do you defend? You have to remove the knight, but I mean, where? Like you play something like knight b1, but it's all very passive. Like your position is very passive. How do you do it? How do you continue?
We can eliminate some moves. For example, let's do elimination method. By the way, 6 minutes for Mishra on 7 moves. So let's say b5. You just take it, resign. It just immediately kills the game. You could have do that. So what is the other move? A knight move. Here. Maybe again bishop b4 works for some reason. Like here,
Queen c1 and queen c2.
queen c2 hitting the rook. Knight e2, this should fall apart. Remove the queen, d2, promote the pawn. So it's not going to work. What else is there? Knight move here. You can play queen c4, then play bishop d4. Rook is gone, maybe collect the pawn. It's losing. What else is there? King move.
No, but it's the same. Yeah, king move, bishop takes, and
Take
just...
it, queen c2. This game is over.
We might see actually a resignation in a few moves. Knight f1 has been played, but you have this queen c4, very strong idea.
Let's maybe go full screen so that we have a better view, because I think we kind of worked it out already. And I think that here Prague, he has got this. He's not double checking. These lines are not so difficult. I kind of feel for Abhimanyu because it is disappointing. You know, you play this great tournament, and then this happens in the final round. But again, like I already said, no regrets for him. He played fantastic tournament. He started the classical tournament with 2 victories. Maybe now he's going to look back at the tournament, how it went. Perhaps he should not have went for some of the draws. You know, where he played this game against Lim Le, I believe it was round number 3 of the classical tournament. After the 2 victories in a row, perhaps he should have used the momentum while he was, you know, really in a great shape and tried to push on. He made a draw after the opening, and now it is what it is. So Prague is going to overtake him for the 3rd place in the overall rankings.
But you know, Arturs, you never know. Like you never know when you should go for a draw, when you should spare your energy, or when you should go for all in. In this game, we see.
And the game's finished. Salem select Donchenko is a draw.
Yes, for example, in this game, we see of Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa. Abhimanyu was the one who went for the d4, more principled approach in the opening, trying to surprise, but it's actually Abhimanyu who was surprised.
Wow, this is probably going to be one of the shortest rounds, actually, you know, because the only other game is finished. So if he would pull up the current results of this final round of the final stage of the Masters and Challengers, you can see Ike Martirosyan against Lim Le. The game is over. It's already finished. Also, the Challengers tournament is officially concluded. We already knew who were the winners before, so it was all about the honor, the prize, some rating points. Salem select against the 2nd place, the tournament victor against the closest pursuer. Finishing a draw, it didn't really change anything, and now all eyes are on the only remaining game here in the triathlons, which is Mishra versus Prague, and I think we're seeing the final moves of this game as well.
Huge game for Praggnanandhaa, who started the tournament a little bit in a struggle. Even though he won actually chess 960 portion at the very beginning, in the rapid he also was doing really good job, but the classical portion of the tournament have not been so successful for young Indian superstar. But this win in the last round would be so important for him to also finish the tournament on a positive note, to get to the 3rd place in the tournament, to surpass Abhimanyu Mishra, and it would be just great to finish. And we see also the closer look. Look at Abhimanyu, he is completely devastated.
Yeah, he is unhappy, but again, I think in general he should be quite satisfied with his performance. He's going to add a bunch of rating points. He's going to get a pretty nice prize overall, so it's going to boost his future results, of course. He gained also valuable experience, being only 15 years old, and that's why I'm absolutely certain this is one of the future super grandmasters. So at age 15, he played this fantastic tournament, even though there was not much of a fight in the final game. And at least also for Prague, you know, it's great to see that he, even though he was struggling the entire tournament, he's going to finish it on a positive note.
Yeah, super important, of course, and we see that Rook B1 has been played in the position. I mean, there is Bishop B4, you can take the pawn, you can do whatever you want, your D3 pawn is super strong, Queen for the Rook, and the Knight is simply not enough, but of course Abhimanyu is going to still try for a few more moves, but we expect the game to finish shortly.
Yeah, and right now Prague is checking if there's some killing blow against Bishop D4. Maybe is a possibility. Here, let me draw an arrow. This is a move to consider to remove the defender, push for the D pawn, and he reaches for the move, or he's just going to collect the pawn. No, Bishop D4 seems to be pretty quick, because if you eliminate the bishop here, then the D pawn is going to roll forward as an unstoppable force.
You cannot do anything here. And by the way, also D2 is a threat right now in the position, because after bishop cannot take on D2, and if knight takes and bishop takes on E3 check. So D2 is already introducing in this position right away. If, let's say, Abhimanyu is playing any move like A3, D2 is already a huge threat.
Yep. So maybe let's go once again with the analysis board and see what might be the follow-up for Mishra here, although, again, I think it's going to conclude in a couple of moves.
Let's say B5, then maybe D2 immediately.
Oh, that is nice.
Yes. So
That's
you
a
cannot.
beautiful move. A5, B2, knight E2, you just collect the bishop. You cannot take on D2, the king is pinned, let's say B6, take on E3, and just give a check on
Very
C1.
beautifully.
That just seals the deal.
How else can you react on this bishop d4? Is there any other way?
He's trading
He's
the bishops.
trading the bishop, but it's not enough.
King
D2,
H1.
D2, D1.
Maybe queen f2. Could be the final move. Queen f2, queen c2, push d2, and that's it. Can I do this?
B5.
b5, queen
Queen
c2.
C2. It's
And
very hard.
they're reaching for the most. Maybe let's again go full screen to this game because, no, he just plays d2 immediately. Where's the idea? What happens after rook d1?
Queen f2. Oh, no, wait.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Just queen f2.
But then knight takes d2 and queen e2.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is not a fortress. So white is losing knight by force. The pawn on b4 will be gone by force. And then essentially we have the position queen versus rook, 5 pawns at the king side. There you go. Knight x on d2. Mishra gives up the knight immediately, but he just cannot salvage the b pawn. Here we see the players on the other board are getting ready to leave the stage. H3 is played.
So we're going to see queen c2 and capturing the pawn on the b4 in the next moves.
Wait a second.
He's trying to build another
I
fortress.
have a wild theory here, Angelica. Maybe Abhimanyu is doing a little revenge what Prague was doing to him in the first round of the classical tournament. You remember what
Yes,
happened?
he was playing down a piece for very long. And then down a rook, if I'm not mistaken.
Down a rook, down a piece for a very, very, very long time. But again, I mean, we'll see. So here, Prague is checking what's the fastest way to win the game. He has no doubts. This game is over.
Queen c2 or queen d3 looks like
Can I play my f5 finally? No,
queen
it's
c2, yes.
not going to go anywhere.
Just queen c2, queen b2, take the pawn.
Rook a1. This is move 40, extra 1 hour on the clock. So Mishra is not going to resign. Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, a lot of time still on the clock, and we're going to see pawn on b4 being eliminated by the queen. And there where white is going to try to set up some fortress, but unfortunately it will not be the case here because there are too many weaknesses where black could penetrate, and also always your idea, Arthurs, of f5 is in the picture.
Right. That's probably, yeah, he's going to play 5. Finally, I called it. There goes my 5, creating some weaknesses in the center. It's just a small revenge maybe for the this first round when it was Prague was playing and playing and playing and playing and Mishra just couldn't really wait for the resignation. I don't know what happened there. So this game still continues. So we're going to use this opportunity, dear viewers, to go for an unexpected break. I already thought that this round is over. No, it still continues. So we have one more game still ongoing here in this Masters Triathlon. Is Prague going to win Mishra? I think the answer is yes, he's going to win it, but it's going to continue for a while. So in the meantime, dear viewers, go take some refreshments. This is 57th International Biel Chess Festival, the final day of the event. We are going to be seeing you after the break. And we are back with another exciting game finished. Here you can see finally here the Masters and Challengers tournament of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival is over because we just saw Mishra finally accepting the defeat by the hands of the young Indian star and number one seeded player Praggnanandhaa. So the tournament is officially concluded and players are discussing what they could have done better in the game.
Yeah, absolutely exciting game as expected between Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, and Praggnanandhaa. Ramesh Babu, the number 8 in the world. Their revenge has been taken. Praggnanandhaa scores a very decisive victory here in this round with 4 points. He is getting over and surpassing Abhimanyu Mishra in the overall standings. We're seeing here we have results today. Martirosyan played a draw against Salem. We had the game covered earlier. Another draw in the challenger section, Salem against Alexander Donchenko. And the final game, Prag managed to score a victory. Very impressive against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Absolutely impressive stuff indeed. And here we see these are not only the current, but the final standings of both tournaments, which is officially over. Masters tournament, Lim Le wins. We already knew this yesterday because he managed to beat Praggnanandhaa, a very impressive game for the 3rd year in a row. Martirosyan managed to defend his 2nd place by drawing today against the tournament champion, Lim Le. Praggnanandhaa, because of his last round victory, which we just saw finishing on live camera, he overtakes Abhimanyu Mishra and is the 3rd place.
Yes, of course, we had an exciting game today, exciting final day of the final stage. Lim Le is a champion in the Masters. Salem is a champion of the Challenger section. Huge fight we had today. But what actually has happened in the game? Maybe we could show some final moments of the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, let's go back indeed. So what we did not really see, you were seeing it on the camera here after this very cute move d2. So Prag was trying to promote his pawn, and the point is here after rook d1, you cannot really take the pawn because black is just going to play queen f2. Rook d2 is just a mate in one threat, and after knight takes on d2, the knight is gone. So there's nothing you can do about it. And also, of course, black has this queen e1 sinister threat. And that's why here Mishra immediately gave up the knight on d2 here. And despite the fact that he got here after h3, queen c2, rook a1, an extra hour on the clock, he did not really use this time. He just made sure that his opponent knows how to win this game. And the best way here to win the game as fast as possible for Prag is to create another weakness, which he did with the move f5.
Yeah, it was a pleasure for you because you were expecting this f5 the whole
And
game.
I couldn't wait for it.
You couldn't wait, like every single position you're trying to make f5 work, and it finally worked out for the best. And with this move, you're creating more weaknesses and winning the game. How do you deal with it?
Yeah, so e takes and f5 was played, otherwise the pawn on e4 is lost. G takes, now this is a target. The pawn on b4 is not going to go anywhere. So what we did not see was b5, king f7, rook e1, queen b3. Now these pawns are falling one after another. A couple of moves were played. Rook e6, maybe, having small pleasures. I'm occupying the e6 square, but it didn't really change anything. Queen e5, rook e3, queen b5, and now black is simply winning because he's going to put, let's say, queen on d1 and simply move forward the d pawn to promote another queen. And this essentially is going to lose white, the rook, and the game.
Yeah, there is no fortress here, of course. Exciting game we had today. Absolutely impressive performance by both of the players. Of course, the start of the tournament for Praggnanandhaa was not so successful, but it is very important to finish the tournament on a positive note with such a beautiful victory.
Yeah, here we see this is also the standings and the challengers. Today was basically battle of principle between the tournament victor Salem against the second player Alexander Donchenko. What they were fighting for, this is the total prize fund of 14,000 Swiss francs in the Challengers tournament. So this means that Salem is going to walk away with 5,000 francs. Second place goes for Donchenko, 3,500, and Vaishali is the third place finisher, 2,500. very respectable finish.
Meanwhile, in the master section, we are having the following prizes. For Limle is going to take home 10,000 Swiss francs. Ike Martirosyan is taking 7,500. Praggnanandhaa with a victory, managing to get the third place and 5,000 Swiss francs, while Abhimanyu Mishra is getting 3,000 Swiss francs.
And that's it. We are approaching the finish line. We are very, very close. So maybe before we say goodbye to you, Angelika, if I would ask you what would be your top 3 moments of the entire festival?
Okay, first moment is of course round number 2 of classical portion where we had Vaishali playing rook takes f7. That's the first moment. Second moment, of course, is the victory of Abhimanyu over Praggnanandhaa in the classical first round.
With black color.
With a black color, and he had a huge attack. Praggnanandhaa was attacking Abhimanyu, he was defending. And the third moment, it's very difficult for me now to see, maybe Limle or Salem winning the Blitz tournament.
Yeah, I think they share.
They share.
It's best. I wanted to use exactly the same fantastic performance of Vaishali so far in the challengers. She was very close even to win this thing. Who could have thought before the start of the tournament? Of course, Salem's explosive performance in Blitz tournament, being so dominant in the triathlon. Who could have thought? And also, of course, Limle's incredible hat trick is just amazing.
Yeah, hat trick. How can you're winning the first edition and you're winning second edition and the third in a row. I mean, this is of course
and
not a
luck.
Fourth
edition and the 5th edition and the 6th edition. He'll just keep coming back until he's winning.
So we should rename the Biel Chess Festival to Lim Chess Festival.
So we are officially renaming Biel Chess Festival as Limle Chess Festival. So he's so dominant here. I'm very, very glad to see him playing so well. And also, I would like to, on behalf of the commentator team, in name of Angelika and me, I would like to thank every single organizer who made this coverage and the tournament possible. So once again, thank you, our producer, our only and amazing Vic. Thank you for being so awesome.
Thank you. Huge
He's not
thanks.
hearing it. Yeah, he's sitting somewhere on the left, very
Thank
busy.
you to you, Arturs, for hosting this event, for being here alongside with me.
And thank you as well, Angelika, for being a very, very helpful co-commentator here so far in the tournament and also in the past couple of years. We always had a blast. It's been a very, very special event for all of us. And of course, thanks to the president of the tournament, Peter Blumenbust, thanks to the director of the tournament, Paul Kohler, thanks to Tatiana working in information decks, thanks to all of you, the technical guys who managed to set it up. It was a very, very nice and long ride, but finally we have approached the finish line. But there's one more thing I would like to announce, and that is the dates of the next year's Biel Chess Festival, and that is going to be, we got the word today, July 12 to 25, 2025. We'll be back for another thrilling experience with the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. In the meantime, Angelika, what do we say?
We're going to see you next year at the Biel Chess Festival. Come join us, play here, and be the part of this exciting festival.
Have an exciting summer. We're saying goodbye from Biel in Switzerland. Take care.